Good morning, students. So let's just start the discussion of AIRTS Mega Test 2. So we'll know that we had this test series that has started from 28th of November. That includes for the class of 12th and 12th plus students. All the subjects are there. There would be 4 minor partial syllabus tests, and now we are at mega tests, which are half syllabus tests. Afterwards, we'll have full syllabus tests, 6 full syllabus tests. There will be 200 questions of 720 marks on the NEET pattern, and there will be 3 hours and 20 minutes of duration, and the medium would be English. So if we look at the test series, we have already done with the minor test 1, 2, 3 and 4 and mega test 1, right? The half syllabus test. We are at this mega test 2, and afterwards we'll only have full syllabus tests, right? So now let's just start with the discussion of the very first question of zoology. Right, we'll take the zoology subject first. So the very first question number 151 says that select the incorrect match. So you have to select the incorrect match. The very first is pancreas and insulin, and we know insulin, pancreas is the source gland for insulin. So this is a correct match, cannot be a correct answer. Thymus is for thymosin is a correct match, cannot be a correct answer. Pituitary gland, and the hormone given is growth hormone, releasing hormone. We know releasing and inhibiting hormones are being released from hypothalamus and not from pituitary. Pituitary is a source gland for growth hormone, right? So this is an incorrect match, so this would be the correct answer for our question. The last option is thyroid gland, and the hormone is calcitonin. That is to balance calcium levels in blood. So it's a correct match, so cannot be a correct answer. So our correct answer is option number C. Let's move on to the next question that says match the columns and choose the correct option. In column 1 you have different joints, and in column 2 you have the locations where they would be present. So ball and socket joint, we know, are in shoulder and in such bones. So out of the options given in column 2, you know that it is present between humerus and glenoid cavity, right? Ball and socket joint. So A matches with the 4th option. Then hinge joint is present in elbow joint, right? Such joints. So this would be present in B. In 3, elbow joint. C is your saddle joint, that would be present between carpal and metacarpal of human thumb, right? This is your saddle joint. And the last is your pivot joint, which is present between atlas and axis vertebrae, right? Like this. So you have this here, pivot joint. So D matches with the 2nd option between axis and atlas vertebrae. So the best option to match here is option number D, A with 4, B with 3, C with 1 and D with 2. Let's move on to the next question that says which of the following organisms exhibit only polyp form. So we know that coelentrates, they exhibit 2 forms. One is polyp, one is medusa. Polyp and medusa. The umbrella shaped one is medusa, and the sessile one, which remains attached to the substratum, is the polyp form, in which you have Aurelia, Adamsia, Obelia and jellyfish. Jellyfish is also like Aurelia, right? It is commonly known as jellyfish. So this jellyfish Aurelia is a medusa form, and then you have a Obelia, which is also a medusa form, and Adamsia or sea anemone, they have polyp form. Such as Hydra also has polyp form only, so known as freshwater polyp, right? So the correct answer is option number B. Let's move on to the next question that says white collagen fibers of the connective tissue is secreted by. So white collagen fibers or any fibers in the connective tissue is secreted by fibroblast cells, fiber forming cells. So mast cell is incorrect, histiocytes, macrophages, and the correct answer is fibroblasts. Macrophages are your phagocytic cells, answer histiocytes, and mast cells are we know, blood cells, right? So the correct answer is option D. The next question says in brain myelin sheath is formed by. You know, when the question comes from the source cell of formation of myelin sheath, it is in perspective of in brain cells, in CNS and in PNS. So if you talk about CNS and your peripheral nervous system PNS, in CNS it is oligodendrocytes, and in PNS it is Schwann cell. So pay attention to this. Students may get confused on this, but CNS oligodendrocytes, in peripheral nervous system it is Schwann cell. The question is for brain, which is a part of central nervous system. So the answer would be oligodendrocyte. If the question would be from peripheral nervous system, then the answer could be Schwann cells, right? That could be the expected question. Microglial cells are neuroglial cells, astrocytes and dendrocytes also, they are neuroglial cells, but they are not the correct answer. Schwann cell, they make myelin sheath in case of peripheral nervous system and not central nervous system. So the correct answer is option B. The next question says, among the following, ribose is which type of sugar? So ribose is a pentose sugar. We have deoxyribose, that is also pentose sugar, the sugar which is present in nucleic acid. So ribose is a type of pentose sugar. It is not tetrose, trisaccharide or triose sugar. Correct answer is option number D. Very easy question, right? The next question says that which amongst these is a 20 carbon containing unsaturated fatty acid? As a 20 carbon containing, that means this is polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is also known as PUFA. Polyunsaturated fatty acid. And if we say it is 20 carbon, then we are talking about arachidonic acid, right? Learn them. It is very important from NEET point of aspect also, that the fatty acid, the number of carbons in it could be asked. You have oleic acid, linoleic acid and linoleic acid. These are incorrect. The correct answer is your arachidonic acid, as it contains 20 carbon and it is an unsaturated fatty acid. Let's move on to the next question that says, formation of chylomicrons during absorption of fats occur in the chapter digestion and absorption, and we know that there is first formation of micelles that happens in the lumen of intestine, and then chylomicron formation happens within enterocytes, within the cell, right? So the formation of chylomicron happens within the intestinal enterocyte, not within lacteals. Here absorption happens. Blood vessels, finally after absorption in lacteals it goes to blood vessels. Lumen of small intestine, here formation of micelles happens and not chylomicrons. So the correct answer is option number A. The next question says, major amount of carbon dioxide, CO2 in blood is transported in the form of, and this is a very common question that has been asked from this chapter, have been already asked, it's a previous year question. It is in the form of bicarbonate ions. So the answer is option number 1, bicarbonate ion, not oxyhemoglobin. It is a form by which oxygen gets carried with hemoglobin, not dissolved form in plasma, and not carboxyhemoglobin, which is carbon monoxide when combines with hemoglobin. So the correct answer is option number A. Let's move on to the next question, question number 10, that says, cardiac center lies in which part of the brain? So it lies in medulla oblongata. The answer is direct. It is not in pons, cerebrum or cerebellum. Cerebellum is a part of hindbrain. Cerebrum is a part of forebrain. Pons and medulla are parts, but here in medulla oblongata, the cardiac center is present. The answer is A. Let's move on to the next question. Question number 11, it says, which of the following is not, pay attention here, it is not a component of pulmonary circulation. So what do you mean by pulmonary circulation? The pulmonary circulation, it starts from, you have this 4-chambered heart, right? Right atrium, right ventricle, left atrium, left ventricle. So your deoxygenated blood from your right ventricle is carried to lungs via pulmonary artery, and then oxygenated blood is carried to left arteries via pulmonary veins. And this is your pulmonary circulation. That includes pulmonary artery, pulmonary vein, and your heart, of course, from right ventricle to left atrium. This is your pulmonary circulation. And your systemic circulation, it starts from your left ventricle, that carries oxygenated blood through aorta to all the body tissues, and then carry deoxygenated blood to your right atrium. That is your systemic circulation. And your systemic heart comprises of your left part, and your pulmonary heart comprises of your right part. The systemic heart has been asked once in previous year question. So which is not a part of pulmonary circulation is your aorta, because aorta is a part of systemic circulation. So the correct answer is option number C. Let's move on to the next question, 12, that says the unpaired facial bones are. So you have cranial bones and facial bones in your skull. Your facial bones comprise of many bones like mandible, palatine, maxilla, vomer, zygotic, etc., in which your unpaired bones are just 2. And those are your vomer and mandible. Others are paired bones. And if you talk about cranial bones, which are 8, there you have 2 bones which are paired and others are unpaired. So number is 2, but it is opposite in both. So you have cranial bones in which all bones are unpaired except 2. Your parietal and then temporal. In case of facial, all other bones are paired except 2, which are vomer and mandible. So remember it like this. So the correct answer for the unpaired ones is vomer and mandible in case of facial bones. So answer is option C. Let's move on to the next question, 13, that says which type of movement is performed by sperms? So human sperms, we know the structure. It comprises of the head part that have acrosome and this nucleus in it. Then you have the neck piece, and then you have the middle piece that comprises of spirally arranged neurocone pattern of mitochondria arranged in it. And finally you have this tail, a filamentous tail, which is flagellated, right? This is your human sperm. So human sperm doesn't perform ciliary movement or amoeboid movement, and not at all muscular movement, but flagellar movement. So answer is C. Let's talk about the next question, 14, that says that wall of colon has longitudinal muscle bands called. So these longitudinal muscle bands are called tinea coli. Please understand, it is not a platyhelminth, tinea saginata or tinea solium. It is not a bacteria called coli, E. coli. It is tinea coli. Tinea coli is the muscle bands which are present in wall of colon. Please understand this, right? It is not host or apiploic appendages. Apiploic appendages are fat-filled appendages or protrusions in the wall of colon. And it is not appendix, which is a vermiform appendix. This is not that too. So the correct answer is option C. Excuse me. Let's see the next question, 15, that says, read the following statements and choose the correct option. The very first statement say, carbonic anhydrase present in RBCs true facilitate formation of bicarbonates at tissue level. This is a correct statement. We know it is a reversible reaction that happened at the tissue level and at the lung level, and it is this carbonic anhydrase that facilitates the formation of CO2 and dissociation of bicarbonates. Statement B says amount of carbonic anhydrase is more in RBC as compared to blood plasma. This is also correct because blood plasma contains minute amount of this enzyme, which is carbonic anhydrase. So both the statements are correct. So if you read the options given here, both the statements are correct is the correct answer, whereas other options are incorrect. So the correct answer is option number A. The next question says neural signals from the pneumotaxic center, which is also known as the switch off center. It is the switch off center. Why switch off? It is the center that controls, that regulates your inspiration. So it is the center which is the switch off center for your inspiration because it controls over it. So it is the center that decreases the duration of respiration. Why? Because it decreases the duration of inspiration. So the answer would be C, and not increases the respiratory rate or duration or both. Right? The correct answer is option number C. Let's move on to the next question that says that select the incorrect match with respect to valve and its location. You have to find the incorrect match with valve and its location. So if you talk about the valves which are present in human heart, let's say, let me try here. So if you talk about the human heart, you have atrioventricular valves here, between atria and ventricle. Here you have valves, right? One is in the right side, between right atrium and right ventricle. One is between the left atrium and left ventricle. So this valve which is present at the right side and this valve is present at the left side. These are the atrioventricular valves, and other valves are present at the opening of the vessels which emerge out of heart, like the aorta, and valves that will enter into the right atrium like vena cava. Vena cava also have, inferior vena cava have valves, not superior vena cava. This is also a point. So if you talk about tricuspid valves, they are present here. Tricuspid, three cusp-like valves. Tricuspid valves are present. These are atrioventricular valves that are present between right atrium and right ventricle. And if you talk about the left side, here you have bicuspid, which are also known as mitral valves. The both names are for bicuspid mitral valves for the left atrioventricular valves, which separates left atria from left ventricle. So if you talk about tricuspid valves, the match is between right auricle and right ventricle is correct. Mitral valve at the base of pulmonary artery and between left auricle and left ventricle is correct. But your mitral valve, the location is incorrect. It is not at the base of pulmonary artery, but it is between left auricle and left ventricle because it is bicuspid valve, which is also known as mitral valve. The next option is semineural at the base of aorta is also correct because at the base of aorta, semineural valves are present. So the correct answer for this question is option number B. Please understand, it looks very easy. It is an NCERT. That's a very basic question, but students often get confused between these valves. The mitral valve is also known as bicuspid valves, which are present on the left side. Let's go to the next question, which is question number 18, that says all are present in lymph except. So your lymph is a colorless fluid, and this will give you the answer. As it is colorless, it cannot have RBCs. Why? RBCs have hemoglobin, a red colored respiratory pigment. So lymph doesn't have RBCs. It got metabolic waste, ions and lymphocytes. WBCs are abundantly present in lymph, but not RBCs. So the correct answer is option number D. The next question says ribs are called bicephalic. A very basic conceptual question. Students get confused here also. Bicephalic, two-cephalic, two-headed. Maybe because at one end it is associated with sternum. Maybe at the other end because it is associated with the vertebral column. But no. Bicephalic because it has two articulating surface at the dorsal side. That's why. So they are bicephalic because they have or are two articulating points on the dorsal side. This is the only and only answer for this, right? Please don't get confused here. Very important question. Answer is option P, but not because all are pair structure. No, they are not bicephalic because of that. Two articulating points on the ventral side, absolutely not. They attached on the ventral side. Some of them attached at the ventral side directly with the sternum, and some free ends is absolutely incorrect. Let's move on to the next question 20, which says which of the following bone articulates with axis vertebrae? So we have seen the question on the joints, right, in which your atlas and axis vertebrae, they joint at with the help of pivot joint, right? So axis is your second vertebrae. So second vertebrae joins with what? There is first vertebrae, there is second vertebrae, this first vertebrae, this is second vertebrae, and so on. So this is your axis. It will articulate with what? Atlas, the first vertebrae. Here your occipital bone and your skull. So it doesn't, axon doesn't articulate with occipital bone, it doesn't articulate with skull, it articulates with atlas bone and not with ethmoid, which is a cranial bone, right? It articulates with the first vertebrae, which is atlas. And the joint formed here is pivot joint. This is also important. So the correct answer to this question is option number C. The next question says how many bones are present in a human wrist? So human wrist, just understand this wrist part is made up of carpals only with gliding joint, simplest type of joint. Carpals are 8 in number, right? So simply if you are talking about human wrist, you are not talking about tarsals. They are in hind limb. You are talking about carpals which are 8 in number. This is a good question. This is a correct answer for that. Metacarpals, absolutely incorrect. These are your metacarpals. These are your metacarpals, right? They are 5 in number, absolutely correct, but metacarpals are not. That forms your wrist. Your wrist are carpals, then you have your metacarpals, and then you have phalanges. Next is carpals 8 and phalanges 14, absolutely incorrect. These are your carpals and this is your phalanges, right? So the correct answer is option number B. Let's move on to the next question 22 that says which among the following is not an economically important arthropods? NCERT clearly says that your apis, honeybee, that forms honey, wax. Then you have laxiver, lac insect. Then you have your bombyx, silkworm. They are important because they are economically important because they provide products that are commercially important for us. Then apis, lessifer, bombyx, these are economically important insects. They are economically important arthropods. But option D, limulus, king crab, which is a living fossil, is incorrect option because it is not an economically important arthropod. So the correct answer is option D, which is limulus. Let's move on to the next question, 23, that says, in mollusks, which are soft-bodied skin animals, which of these help to test chemical nature of water? And your options are organ of vaginus, it's an excretory structure, so this is incorrect. Nephridia is also an osmoregulatory structure, this is incorrect. And then you have ostradium, which is the correct answer. Ostradium are the structures which are present in the mental cavity to test chemical nature of water. This is the correct answer. Ctenidia is incorrect. These are the gills. These are the feather-like gills in the mollusk. So this is also incorrect. The correct answer is option C. Let's move on to the next question, 24, that says proteinaceous hormone, which is hypocalcemic and hypophosphatemic is. So that means this question is associated with the levels of calcium in blood. So who maintains the calcium level in blood? It's PTH and TCT. Thyrocalcitonin and parathyroid hormones. Calcitriol also, but majorly them. So calcitriol is not correct. Calcitonin is the correct answer. It is the proteinaceous hormone which is hypocalcemic and hypophosphatemic. And aldosterone is incorrect. It is a salt retaining hormone. Glucocorticoids is incorrect. Glucocorticoid is also incorrect option. The correct answer is option B. Glucocorticoids are your cortisols. Let's move on to the next question, 25, that says a common vision condition in which near objects, this is your clue, near objects appear clear, but objects farther away looks blurry. So it is clearly your myopia, nearsightedness. You can see the near objects, but not the far objects. So nyctalopia is incorrect. Myopia is the correct answer, which is nearsightedness. Then you have xerophthalmia. This is also incorrect. Glaucoma is also incorrect. The correct answer is option B. Let's see the next question, 26, that says choose the incorrect option with respect to functions of thyroid hormones. So thyroxine or thyroid hormones, they are able to regulate BMR, they can have calorigenic effect, and they support erythropoiesis also. This is given in NCERT, they support erythropoiesis also, but they do not decrease the activity of aldosterone, and this is the correct answer. So the correct answer to this question is option number D. The next question says, read the following statements and select the correct option. And the very first statement is, the external ear is important as tympanum. See, external ear, tympanum. Tympanum is your eardrum in the middle cavity, right? So this is incorrect. It helps in amplification of sound. So this is an incorrect statement. Eustachian tube helps in equalizing pressure on either side of eardrum is the correct statement. And an important statement too. It's a previous year question also. So, among them, as statement A is correct and only statement A is incorrect and only statement B is correct. So the correct answer is option D. Let's move on to the next question, 28, that says all of these hormones move through hypothalamic hypophyseal portal system except. So we know that hypothalamus form two hormones, vasopressin or ADH and oxytocin, which are stored in your posterior pituitary gland from hypothalamus, right? They are synthesized from hypothalamus but stored in posterior pituitary. Other than that, your other hormones, they are released from hypothalamo-hypophyseal portal system to your anterior pituitary. So your gonadotropins, PRH is your prolactin releasing hormone, ADH is vasopressin. So vasopressin or ADH is the hormone which does not move through hypothalamo-hypophyseal portal system. Last is TRH. So other options are incorrect, only option C is correct, right? And other than that, the other option could be oxytocin. They are stored in posterior pituitary. Let's move on to the next question that says, for an enzyme, the rate of reaction doubles or decreases by half for every, it is an NCERT, 10-degree change in temperature in either direction. So that's a direct question and the answer is option D. The next question says trypsin and pepsin are. So these are digestive enzymes, and all the digestive enzymes are regarded as hydrolases. By the removal of water, they cleaves the substrate. So these are the examples of hydrolases. So C is the correct answer. Let's move on to the next question, 31, that says partially digested food in stomach is called. So the food that get mixed with the saliva in the mouth is known as bolus. When it comes to stomach, with the help of churning movement of the muscles and the acid which is there in stomach, it forms chyme. And the fat containing digested food that gets absorbed in the lacteals is known as chyle. So these are the different terminologies. And then at the end you have undigested waste material that forms a feces in the large intestine. It goes out through rectum, through anus to the outside. So you have chyme which is formed in the stomach. Chyle is incorrect. Bolus is formed in mouth, and fermented food is nothing. Not associated with this. So the answer is option number A. Let's move on to the next question, 32, that says most abundant component of blood plasma is. Is it water, proteins, ions and cells? And we know the answer is water. Water is the most abundant component of blood plasma that constitutes nearly 90 to 92% of it. The rest is protein, 6 to 8%, ions and cells are merely no. Then the answer is option number A. Let's move on to the next question, 33, that says all of the following are steps of urine formation except. We know there are 3 major steps in the formation of urine, which is ultrafiltration, tubular secretion and tubular reabsorption. So the very first ultrafiltration is the step involved, so cannot be the correct answer. Countercurrent mechanism is not the step of urine formation. It is majorly there to concentrate the urine. Then you have selective secretion and tubular reabsorption, which are the parts of urine formation, so cannot be a correct answer. The correct answer is option B. Let's move on to the next question, 34, that says a sportsman has a stroke volume of 100 ml. Let's write it down. Stroke volume is 100 ml. And the beats per minute is 80. So the heart rate given is 80 beats per minute. How much volume of blood will be pumped from ventricle in a minute? That means we are asking about cardiac output. So a cardiac output is stroke volume into heart rate, which is 100 into 80. That would be nearly 8,000 ml or nearly 8 liters. So out of this, the correct answer is clearly here 8 liters, option C. Let's move on to the next question, 35, that says if a person has 80 gram hemoglobin in 100 ml of blood, how much O2 can be transported by 100 ml of oxygenated blood? So we are saying that 18 gram hemoglobin is there in 100 ml of blood, and each gram carries 1.3 ml of O2. So if you calculate by it, it comes to around 24.1 ml. That's a mere calculation, you can do it, right? That's just a multiplication. So the correct answer is option number C. 1.34 ml is the amount of oxygen which is carried through 1 gram of hemoglobin. Let's move on to the next question, 36, that says which among the following cell is responsible for release of heparin? So heparin is an anticoagulant and it is released from WBCs, the white blood cells, not from RBCs or platelets or megakaryocytes. Megakaryocytes are the cells that will lead to the formation of platelets later, which are not even cells, right? Another clue is the question is asking for a cell. Your platelets are not true cells, they are cell fragments. Megakaryocytes are the precursor cells for platelets, and RBCs are not absolutely as they don't release heparin at all. So the answer is option number B. The next question says malleus, which is an ear ossicle, which is one of the ear ossicle found in middle ear, is shaped like. So the shape is direct, it is hammer shape. Then you have anvil and stirrup shaped. Stapes is your stirrup shape. Incus is anvil shape. These are the 3 ear ossicles, malleus, incus, stapes, and the respective shapes are hammer, anvil and stirrup. Tie is not at all a shape for any of the ear-ossicle. So the correct answer is option C. Let's move on to the next question 3 that says 3 semicircular canals are responsible for. So these semicircular canals contains the sensitive part, the sensory structure in it, which is responsible for maintaining the dynamic balance of the body. So the correct answer is A. The static balance of the body is incorrect option. Maintaining the flow of lymph in the inner ear is absolutely incorrect. Hearing is not at all the option for this. That is the option for otolith organ. So the answer is option number A. Let's move on to the next question 39 that says which of the following hormones cause release of bile from gallbladder. So whenever you have a fat rich diet, then CCK is being released to stimulate the release of bile from gallbladder. ADH is your vasopressin. It is released during the condition of dehydration in the body. Your GIP is gastric inhibitory protein that inhibits the motility of your stomach and secretions. ANF is your anti-natriuretic factor which is released when there is high blood pressure or high blood volume. So the correct answer is option B. Let's move on to the next question which is 40 which says that cells present in the intertubular spaces produce androgens are called. So in the human, in male reproductive system, you got seminiferous tubules, and in between seminiferous tubules you got interstitial cells which are known as Leydig cells. That are the cells which are responsible for producing androgen, which is testosterone. In this seminiferous tubules you have Sertoli cells and germ cells. Sertoli cells are your nourishing cells, your nurse cells, nutrition providing cells, and then you have germ cells which are actually, that forms your germ cell sperm, right? So these are your seminiferous tubule structure that comprises seminiferous tubules, Sertoli cells and germ cells. In between them you have Leydig cells that releases androgen. So the question is about the cells which are present intertubular spaces are your Leydig cells. So the answer is option C. JJ cells are associated with excretion, the regulation of excretion. Corpus luteum is the corpus cell, the cell which are formed after ovulation from the follicle. Seminiferous tubule is incorrect. This is seminiferous tubule that contains Sertoli cells and germ cells. I hope I'm clear, and the answer is option C. Let's see the next question which is 41 that says which among the following is a chemoreceptor. Options are gustatoreceptor, statoreceptor, analgesic receptor, tango receptor. Analgesic receptor have come once in your previous year question, nociceptor in form of nociceptor. This is incorrect. It's a pain receptor. Tango receptors are also incorrect. Statoreceptor are for the balance of the body. They are also incorrect. The answer is option 1 which is gustatoreceptor which are present in the tongue, right, for the taste. Let's move on to the next question 42 that says bipolar cells are cells of which tissue? So this is a very common question, previous year question also. They are present in the retina. They are present in the neural tissue. Mostly you will find the example is retina in the eye. It has two poles, not in epithelium, connective tissue or muscular tissue. So the answer is option B. The next question says all of the cells are ectodermal in origin except. So majorly the neural system is ectodermal in origin with an exception of microglial cells. The microglial cells are mesodermal in origin. The rest of the option, neuron, neuroglial cells, oligodendrocyte is also neuroglial cells. They are ectodermal in origin, so cannot be the correct answer. The answer is option D. Let's move on to the next question 44 that says which of the following disorders is caused due to shortening of eyeball in anterior-posterior axis and is corrected by using convex lens. So very good question, and the answer is hypermetropia. Myopia is your nearsightedness. This is incorrect. We have already seen a question on this. Astigmatism is incorrect. Presbyopia is age-related disorder. This is also incorrect. The correct answer is hypermetropia. Answer B. Question number 45 says when a person suffers from hyperglycemia, level of glucose is high in blood, which of the following condition is responsible for it? So that is the case when there is less insulin, because if there is less insulin, this hyposecretion of insulin, the glucose would not move into the cell and would be found more in the blood. So in order to have a condition which is hyperglycemia, you have to have hypoinsulin, and that is why insulin is known as hyperglycemic hormone. So it is the hyposecretion of insulin that will lead to hyperglycemia. Hypersecretion of glucagon, no. Hypersecretion of insulin is incorrect, and then hypersecretion of ADH is not related to it. The answer is option C. Let's move on to the next question. 46, that says all of the factors affect diffusion of gases except. So there are three conditions which are given in NCERT and which are also otherwise important, is the thickness of the diffusion membrane, the solubility of the gases, and the partial pressure difference of the gases. These are responsible for the diffusion of the gases across the diffusion membrane. So partial pressure of gases, yes. Thickness of diffusion membrane, the thinner it is, the more diffusion happens. So this is also correct. The more the soluble the gas, the more diffusion happens. This is also correct. Habitat is not related to it. So the correct answer is option D. Let's move on to the next question, 47, that says egg-laying mammals among the following is. So this is exception, because otherwise mammals are viviparous. They lay young ones, not eggs, with an exception of Ornithorhynchus, your duck-billed platypus. Duck-billed platypus or Ornithorhynchus is an egg-laying mammal exceptionally. Macropus, Balanoptera, Pteropus, they all are viviparous mammals and not egg-laying mammals. So the answer is option A. The next question, 48, says during respiration in cockroach, the air enters via paired structures called. So here the paired structures are spiracles, which are responsible for this exchange of gas in cockroach. Cockroach has a respiratory system which is a very well and advanced and developed, which is a tracheal system. And this tracheal system has these spiracles. 10 pairs of it. Total 20, 10 pairs of spiracles on the lateral side. Tracheoles are the structures in the tracheal system, but not the correct answer. Arthropodial membrane is incorrect. Arthropodial membrane is a connecting membrane that connects the sclerites in the exoskeleton of the structure of cockroach. So the answer is option A. The next question, 49, says in a hypothalamus, supraoptic nuclei is responsible for producing which hormone? So this nuclei which is there in hypothalamus is mainly responsible for the secretion of oxytocin and vasopressin. And if we talk about this nuclei which is supraoptic, it is responsible for the secretion of vasopressin. Oxytocin is incorrect. ANF is adrenergic factor. It is released from the wall of heart is incorrect. CCK is a gut hormone. This is also incorrect. The answer is option B. Let's move on to the last question of this, which is all of the following can influence blood glucose levels except. So glucagon and insulin, we all know, are responsible for the maintenance of glucose in the blood, which is secreted from pancreas. So these are incorrect. Cortisol is also responsible for the blood glucose levels, and they are involved in the carbohydrate metabolism. So this is also incorrect, and the correct answer is thymosin, which is released from thymus and is responsible for the lymphocyte development. So this is all about the subject zoology, and we end the discussion for this subjects. Let's move on to the discussion of the next subject.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shomi Bhattacharya. I will be presenting the chemistry solutions of AIRTS Mega Test 2. So before that, let me explain a little bit about the AIRTS test. So we have 3 ongoing tests. Basically, we have the tests for class 11th, 12th and AIRTS. AIRTS has started from 20th November and it is basically for classes 12th and 12th plus. So there will be 4 minor partial syllabus tests which has actually happened, and there are 2 mega or half syllabus tests. Out of that, one AIRTS Mega Test 1 has already been conducted. I will be discussing the AIRTS Mega Test 2 part, and the test pattern is totally NEET based, and there will be 200 questions with 720 maximum marks, and this test was conducted on 6th February, and the syllabus of the test included the full syllabus of class 11th. So let's get started with the solutions. Let's start with the first question. The first question was based on the P block elements chapter, and over here the question says very dilute HNO3 reacts with tin to form. So basically the correct answer over here is NH4NO3. The correct reaction is when tin is treated with very dilute HNO3, tin nitrate, ammonium nitrate and water is formed. So ammonium nitrate is the correct answer. Moving ahead, let me take the question number 2. This is also based on P block elements. Now let me discuss the question with you. Over here, when borax was heated, NaBO2 and A was liberated. So basically, what is A over here? A is B2O3. Okay, this B2O3 on treatment with copper sulfate gives you C, and C over here is blue-green in color. So C over here is copper metaborate, which is blue-green in color. Alright, so in this question you have to find A and B. So the correct answer over here is B2O3 and Cu2+. Alright, moving ahead, let me discuss the question number 3. Over here, which of the following species contain equal number of sigma and pi bonds? The structures of the 4 options are A, xenon tetroxide. Over here you can see in xenon tetroxide there are how many pi bonds? There are 4 pi bonds and 4 sigma bonds. So it is very evident that it has equal number of sigma and pi bonds. But if you look at the option acetylene, it is not tallying. You can see that the sigma bonds and the pi bonds are not equal. There are 3 sigma bonds and 2 pi bonds, which is not equal. Again, we have propyne. Here also the sigma and pi bonds are not equal, and in H2SO4, this is the structure of H2SO4, the sigma and pi bond are not equal. Okay, so what is the correct answer? The correct answer is A, that is xenon tetroxide. Alright, moving ahead. The next question is based on periodicity. Here the graph has been given. The graph of atomic radius versus atomic number has been plotted, and you can see the plot has a steep slope from lithium to beryllium, but it has less steeper slope when you move from oxygen to fluorine. The question is, why is this so? So this is because of the inter-electronic repulsion which increases when you move from lithium to fluorine. So the correct answer is D. Moving ahead, let me take the next question. In the next question, the planar shape of N-triacylyl, basically triacylylamine is explained by which of the following options? As you know, the nitrogen and silicon will have this portion, basically they will have the additional d-pi p-pi overlap, okay, because of the vacant orbital available. So there will be d-pi p-pi overlap along the nitrogen and silicon bond, because of which the planar shape of triacylylamine is attributed. So the correct answer is D. Moving ahead, the next question is very straightforward, very simple. The question is H3BO3 is, so H3BO3 is a monobasic and weak Lewis acid. Now why is it so? As you can see, this is the normal Lewis base attraction. As you can see here, the H3BO3 is acting as a Lewis acid and it is accepting the electron pair from water. All right, and you can see there is an acceptance of one OH, right? So this is an indication that A, it is monobasic, B, it is a Lewis acid, weak Lewis acid. Moving ahead, the next question is based on chemical bonding. Now, which of the following atomic orbitals on overlap forms a sigma bond? And you have to assume x-axis as internuclear axis. So over here, as you can see, in the A option, PZ and PX are overlapped, which will not give you a sigma bond. Again, PZ and DYZ overlap will not give you a sigma bond. Only option when S and PX gets overlapped, you get a sigma bond of this kind of a pattern. This kind of an overlap takes place. Alright, similarly DXY and DXY overlap will also not form a sigma bond, assuming x-axis as the internuclear axis. So it's a very common, very obvious answer. S and PX overlap will give you a sigma bond. Moving ahead, the next question, heat evolved during neutralization is maximum in which reaction? You can see in all the option, some weak element is there. In the first option, it is weak acid and weak base. In the second option, there is a weak base and a strong acid. In the third option, strong base and weak acid is given. So it is very obvious the heat evolved during neutralization will be maximum when a strong base and strong acid combination, that is NaOH and HCl, is considered. Moving ahead, let me take the next question. The next question is based on states of matter. Here 5 moles of a gas is put through a series of change as shown graphically in a cyclic process. So what is the cyclic process? First we'll see what is happening into the A to B region. So into the A to B region, you can very well see that the temperature over here, the AB is parallel, the line is parallel to the temperature. This means over here the volume is kept constant. So if the volume is kept constant, so this will be indicating isochoric process. Now let's look at B and C. Now this B and C, the line is inclined towards temperature, which also says that V by T is constant over here. If that is the case, this is possible only if the pressure is kept constant. So this is a isobaric process. Now let's take C to A. In C to A, the line AC is parallel to volume. This means over here the temperature will be kept constant. So this area is isothermal. So what is the correct answer? Isochoric, isobaric and isothermal. Alright, now moving ahead, the next question. Now this question is based on the chapter equilibrium. Here following solutions were prepared by mixing different volumes of NaOH and HCl of different concentration, and out of this you have to say pH of which one of them will be equal to 1. Okay, so the correct answer is C, that is 75 ml m by 5 HCl plus 25 ml m by 5 NaOH. Now the question is, how will we get this? Okay, so let me show you the solution. Okay, so what do we have? Look at here. We have 75 ml m by 5 HCl, and we also have 25 ml m by 5 NaOH. Alright, so first let's calculate the total volume. Okay, so total volume will be 75 ml plus 25 ml, that is 100 ml. Now since the total volume is sorted, what do we need next? To find the concentration of H+, we need the value of millimoles or the number of moles. So let's first calculate the number of millimoles of HCl. How do we do it? We will just do C times V. So C is 1 by 5 times V, that is 75 ml. So what do you get over here? You get 15. Similarly, we'll try to calculate the number of millimoles of NaOH. How do we do it again? C times V. Okay, so C is 1 by 5 times V. So this will give you a value of 5, right? So as you know, we are talking about neutralization reaction where equimolar of NaOH will be neutralized by equimolar of HCl. So if that is the case, then 5 millimole of NaOH will be neutralized by 5 millimole of HCl. So how much HCl will we be left with? So number of millimoles of HCl left will be equal to 15 minus 5, that is 10. Alright, now since we have got the millimoles of HCl left, let's calculate the concentration of H+. How do we calculate? Number of moles divided by the volume. What is the volume? 100 over here. So we get 0.1 as the concentration of H+. Let's calculate pH. pH is equal to minus log H+, that is equal to minus log 0.1. So 1 will be the correct answer. Alright, is it clear? Moving ahead, let's take the next question. The next question is also based on equilibrium. Over here, as you can see, the question says that 1 mole of nitrogen and 3 moles of hydrogen were heated in a vessel at 773 Kelvin and 3.55 atmosphere. Now, if 30% of nitrogen is converted to NH3 at equilibrium, then the value of Kp for the reaction is. That is the question. So basically, we have to calculate Kp. What equation are we talking about? So over here, we are talking about this equation. N2 plus 3H2 giving you 2NH3. So initial number of moles, they have mentioned it is 1 and 3. Alright, and the 30% of N2 is converted into NH3. This means the number of moles, basically the number of moles dissociated is 30%, that is 0.3. If that is the case, at equilibrium, what will happen? This will be equal to 2x, right? This will be equal to 3 minus 3x. This will be equal to 1 minus x. This will be the amount of N2 left. This will be the amount of hydrogen left. Now let's substitute the value of x. 2 into 0.3, 0.6. This will be 3 minus 3 into 0.3. That is 3 minus 0.9, 2.1. This will be 1 minus 0.3. That is 0.7. Okay, so this is the number of moles. What else do we need? We need the total number of moles, that is 0.7 plus 2.1 plus 0.6, that is 3.4. So how do we find Kp? So we find Kp. How do we find Kp? Kp will be the partial pressure of NH3 whole square divided by the partial pressure of N2 times the partial pressure of hydrogen whole cube. Alright, we'll just substitute the value. As you know the formula, partial pressure will be mole fraction times the total pressure. So what is mole fraction? Mole fraction is nothing but, if mole fraction of A, it means the number of mole of A divided by the total number of moles. We'll use this formula. So in the first case, let's see what is the number of moles of ammonia, 0.6 divided by the total number of moles times the total pressure, 3.55 whole square, divided by the number of moles of hydrogen. Number of moles of hydrogen is 2.1 divided by 3.4, total number of moles, into 3.55, okay, whole cube. This will be equal to, again, we'll take the same value, N choose 0.7 divided by 3.4 times 3.55, okay. So if you solve it, you're going to get this answer, 5.1 times 10 to the power of minus 2. All right, moving ahead, let's take the next question. The next question is based on what weight of HNO3 is needed to convert 5 gram of I2 into HiO3. All right, so this question is actually based on some basic concepts. Very simple. We'll be using unitary method and we'll try to solve the question. Over here, this is the balanced equation where I2 plus HNO3 gives you HiO3 plus 10NO2 plus 4H2O. So over here, what have they given? They have given you have to find the weight of HNO3 needed to convert 5 gram of I2 into HiO3. So what is the amount of I2? What is the molar mass of I2? It is 254 gram. Now since we are considering 1 mole of HiO3, then the stoichiometric coefficient of I2 will be 1 by 2. So we will be doing 1 by 2 times its molar mass, that is 254 gram. This will need 10 HNO3 is there. Since we are talking about 1 millimole of HiO3, so we will be taking 10 divided by 2. Okay, that is 5 moles of HNO3 times its molar mass, 63 gram of HNO3. Now if you are wondering why am I doing this, I am doing this because I am using the formula mass will be equal to number of moles times the molar mass. Okay, so half into 254 gram needs 5 into 63 grams of HNO3 to form 1 millimole of HiO3. Make sense now? Okay, so if 5 gram of okay, I forgot to write iodine. If 5 gram of iodine will need 5 into 63 divided by 1 by 2 into 254 is 120 gram. So this will be 127 times 5. All right. So if you solve it, you're going to get 12.4 gram as the answer. So if you solve it, you're going to get 12.4 gram as the answer. Simple. Moving ahead, let me take the question number 13. Now, what volume in ml of 0.1 molar KMnO4 is needed to oxidize 100 mg, okay, 100 mg of ferrous oxalate in acidic solution? Okay, so let's look at the equation. Over here, let's just first calculate the N factor. For MnO4 minus, the N factor will be 5. When we are talking about ferrous oxalate, we have basically 3 electrons. Why 3? Because we are discussing 2 reactions. One reaction is oxalate giving you CO2, that will require 2 electrons. Again, the next reaction is Fe3 plus giving you Fe2 plus. This will require 1 electron. So that gives you a total of 3 electrons, right? So from here I can write that 5 mole of ferrous oxalate will require 3 mole of MnO4 minus. Repeating, why we are talking about 3? What is the N factor of ferrous oxalate? 3. How is it 3? Because we are considering oxalate ion, that is we are considering C2, we are basically considering C2O42 minus 2CO2, this reaction, and also this reaction. So this gives you a total of 3. Okay, so that's why the 3 came. All right, now since you have come across till here, now what do we have to find? We have to find the volume. How do we find the volume? So if this is your ferrous oxalate side, you are provided with the mass, right? So can I just say mass upon molar mass is nothing but your number of moles. So if I just multiply number of moles times the N factor, okay, so number of moles is, just look at the 100 mg. So this will be 100 mg. So 100 mg is nothing but 0.1 gram divided by the molar mass. Molar mass of ferrous oxalate is 143.9. All right, right? And this times the N factor. What is the N factor of the ferrous oxalate? It is 3. That will be equal to the number of moles of KMnO4 times the N factor. Okay, so number of moles of KMnO4, if we are calculating, we can just use, since concentration is mentioned, we can use the formula concentration times volume. So this will be 0.1 times the volume. What is the N factor? 5. So if you calculate this, you are going to get 4.16 into 10 to the power of minus 3 as the answer. Alright, so if you solve it, you're going to get 4.16 times 10 to the power of minus 3. Alright, so this is the solution. Moving ahead, let me take question number 14. This is based on the redox reaction. Very simple question. What is the oxidation number of chlorine in ClO3 minus? So chlorine in ClO3 minus, if you're calculating, it will be X plus 3 times. Oxygen is there, so it is in the form of oxide. That will be minus 1. If you solve it, you're going to get 5 as the answer. So what is the correct answer over here? 5. Alright. Let's take the next question. The next question is based on thermodynamics. Very simple. Let us just talk about the question. For the reaction 2NOCl giving you NO plus Cl2, we are provided with the values of H0 and S0. Okay. And you have to find the standard equilibrium constant at the same temperature. How do we do it? We will be using two formulas. The first formula being, we will be using delta G0, Gibbs-Helmholtz equation, delta H0 minus T delta S. Right? Now let me substitute the value. The value of delta H0 is basically H0 is 77.2 kilojoule per mole. So we will be just doing 77.2 times 10 to the power of 3 minus T delta S they have given 298 times 122. Alright, so this gives you a value of delta G, right? You will get the delta G0 in joule per mole, and you also know delta G0 is equal to minus 2.303 RT log K equilibrium, okay, or log K will be equal to delta G0 divided by 2.303, basically we'll take mod only, 2.303 RT, and if you solve it, okay, you're going to get this as the answer. Okay, so if you solve it, you're going to get B as the answer. All right, moving ahead, let me take the next question. The next question is question number 16. This is also based on your concept equilibrium. Okay, let's just discuss this question. So over here, AB3 giving rise to AB2 plus half B2, this is the equation. When the initial pressure is 800 torr and the total pressure at equilibrium is 1000 torr, you have to calculate the percentage degree of dissociation of AB3. So these are the options. Let's try to solve it. Alright, so over here you can see the equation very well. You can see that the equation gives you AB3 gives you AB2 plus half B2, right? Initial pressure is given as 800 torr. Let me just assume that the initial pressure is A over here. So initially, when no equilibrium has been established, this will be A, no product, right? At equilibrium, what will you see? At equilibrium, as you know, X is the number of moles dissociated. If you calculating X is equal to A alpha, because alpha is the degree of dissociation, right? So this will be A alpha. Okay, so this will be A minus A alpha. Okay, wherever you will be substituting X, I'm just putting A alpha. So this will be A alpha by 2. This will be A alpha. All right. Okay. Now this is what the equation looks like. So total pressure. So total pressure will be equal to A minus A alpha plus A alpha plus A alpha by 2, and the total pressure value is 1000 torr. Okay, so this gives you A into 1 minus alpha by 2, that is equal to 1000. The value of A given to you is 800. Substitute that. So if you solve this, you are going to get alpha is equal to 1 by 2. Since you've got alpha is equal to 1 by 2, sorry, by mistake. Yeah, if you get alpha is equal to 1 by 2, so the percentage degree of dissociation will be, just you have to multiply the value of alpha times 100. So this will be 50%, right? Percentage alpha will be 50%. Okay, so what is the correct answer in here? The correct answer over here is 50. Moving ahead, let me take the next question. The next question is based on two non-reacting gases, A2 with the molar mass of 20, B2 with the molar mass of 24. They are mixed in a closed container. What would be the relationship in their partial pressures if the masses of two gases are same? So if the masses of two gases are same, let's assume they are 1 gram. So P is nothing but, P will be nothing, PA will be nothing but 1 by 20 times the total pressure. Now PB will be nothing but 1 by 24 times the total pressure. So if you do PA divided by PB, you're going to get 1.2. So A is the correct answer. Okay, I'll just write A2 and B2 over here. Okay, so moving ahead, the next question is based on states of matter. Which one of these graphs for an ideal gas arrow indication is incorrectly marked? So over here the correct answer is B. This graph is based on Charles' law. Volume versus temperature is plotted. So the direction of pressure is incorrect. The arrow is pointing incorrectly. So B is the correct answer. Moving ahead, the next question is also based on states of matter. For diatomic ideal gas in a closed system, which of the plot does not correctly describe the relationship between the thermodynamic quantity? Over here, CV versus T, U versus T are almost same. CV versus V, since V is kept constant, so this should be the graph. The incorrect answer is CP versus P, where since the heat capacity is at constant pressure and it is plotted against pressure, so it should give you a graph like C, but it's giving you this kind of a graph, so this is incorrect. Alright, moving ahead, let me take the next question. The next question is based on structure of atom. The linear momentum of photon of frequency 5 into 10 to the power of 17 per second is nearly equal to, okay? So what is the formula that you will be using over here? You will be using this formula where, okay, linear momentum will be equal to Planck's constant times the frequency. What is the frequency? 5 into 10 to the power of 17 divided by the speed of light, that is 3 into 10 to the power of 8. So if you solve it, you are going to get A as the answer. Alright, you're going to get A as the answer. Moving ahead, the next question is also based on some basic concepts. Here, in the preparation of iron from hematite, they have given the equation. We have to balance the equation. How much 75% pure iron? So how much 75% pure iron obtained from 320 gram of 50% pure Fe2O3. Let's calculate the mass of Fe2O3 plus. So first, if I'm planning to calculate the mass of Fe2O3, and they have given 320 gram of 50% pure Fe2O3 is given. So 320 is the given mass divided by the molar mass. Right? Times, you have to take 50%. So if you calculate this, you're going to get 1 as the answer. Now from here, let's try to calculate the mass of iron. So as you can see, they are in the ratio of 1:2. How many iron will be there? 2 multiplied by the molar mass or the atomic mass of iron, that is 56, and we are talking about 75%, so divided by 0.75. Instead of writing 75 by 100, I have written it as 0.75. So if you solve it, you're going to get 149.3 gram as the answer. Alright, moving ahead, let's take the next question. This question is based on de Broglie's wavelength and kinetic energy equation. Alright, so if the kinetic energy of the photon is increased 9 times, so kinetic energy is half mv square, and the de Broglie wavelength associated with it becomes, so it is lambda is equal to h by mv. If that is the case, V is nothing but kinetic energy twice kinetic energy by m 1 by 2. So if kinetic energy is increased by, if this is increased by 9 times, volume will become 3 times. Lambda is inversely related to volume. If volume has become 3 times, then the de Broglie wavelength associated with it will become 1 by 3 times. Alright? moving ahead, let's take the next question. The next question is, which among the following is a non-directional orbital? So whenever you get this term, non-directional, it is always an s orbital. So over here, D is the only one which has an s orbital, so 3s is the correct answer. Now let me take the next question. Which of the following is most stable resonating structure of acrolein? So they have given quite a few structure. Now among these three structures, we will sort the one in which the electronegative atom gets a negative charge. So in A and B, the electronegative atom gets a negative charge and the less electronegative atom gets a positive charge. Look at A and B closely, you will see when the unlike charges are closer, then the stability of the resonating structure is more. So the distance between the unlike charges is the least in case of A, so A is the correct answer. Alright, moving ahead, let me take the next question. Which is the most stable carbon ion? So any electron withdrawing group will increase the stability of carbon ion. Out of this, NO2 is an electron withdrawing group, so C has to be the answer. So the stability of the carbon ion is directly related to -I or -M effect, inversely related to +I or +M effect. Alright, moving ahead, the next question. This question is based on Wood's reaction. Alright, so over here they have given you CH3C, CH3Br. So you take 2 moles of alkyl halide, you treat it with sodium dry ether, and you're going to get RR as the product. So what is the product? RR. So you can see this will be the correct answer with the evolution of twice sodium bromide, right? So the correct answer is D. Alright, moving ahead, the next question. Question number 27, which of the following molecules in pure form are unstable at room temperature? So we have to find the anti-aromatic compounds from here. So over here, 2, this is anti-aromatic, this is anti-aromatic. All of them have 4n pi electrons, being planar and all these conditions are there. But other than that, cyclic planar, but they have 4n pi electrons. These are anti-aromatic. That is why these are unstable at room temperature. Let's take the next question. Next question is based on oxymercuration and demercuration reaction. Here, this is the basically, when we are talking about oxymercuration and demercuration, there is no carbocation rearrangement. So there will be a direct addition of water taking place using Markovnikov's rule. Alright, so if that is the case, OH will get attached to that carbon atom which has lesser number of hydrogen. Hydrogen will get attached to that carbon atom which has greater number of hydrogen. Okay, so what should be the correct answer? Just an addition of water using Markovnikov's rule, no carbocation rearrangement. So the correct answer is A. Moving ahead, the next question is based on ozonolysis. The ozonolysis product of an olefin R. So we'll just use our shortcut. This is our glyoxal which they have given, and we have CH2 and again a CH double bond O. Over here we have a CH double bond O. We just remove the oxygens from here. What do we get? If this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so it's a 6-membered ring where the double bond is in the, if this is from here, if we are starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so we have a double bond over here, okay, and we also have a double bond over here, okay. So this actually is similar to C option. All right. Moving ahead, let me take the next question. The next question is based on the order of stability among the main conformation of 2-fluoroethanol. So let's look at the, if you can see, let's look at the conformational details. Here, eclipse, anti and Gaussian interaction is given to you. As you can see that the Gaussian interaction has hydrogen bonding, so this is more stable. Followed by it, we will have anti-conformation. Anti-conformation looks like this, and then we'll have our eclipsed conformation. So this should be the order of stability. All right. Now, why antiform comes next? Because the OH and F are, the dihedral angles are very high. So as a result of which OH and F are far apart from each other. All right. Moving ahead, let's take the next question. The next question is based on position isomerism. Now, the position isomerism is shown by, okay, they have given orthonitrophenol and paranitrophenol, dimethyl ether and ethanol, pentane 2-one, pentane 3-one, and acetaldehyde and acetone. You can see from here that B and D are examples of functional isomerism, because here the functional group is different. And if you look at C, pentane 2-one and pentane 3-one, this is an example of metamerism. And now if you see orthonitrophenol and paranitrophenol, here the position of nitro is different, right? This is orthonitrophenol, this is paranitrophenol. So since the position of nitro is different, so the correct answer of position isomerism is A. Alright, let's take the next question. The next question is based on tautomerism. So tautomerism is not exhibited by. So what does tautomerism require? So tautomerism requires a presence of one alpha hydrogen. So if you look at A, B, C, D, you will see that A has an alpha hydrogen, okay? C has lots of alpha hydrogens. D has alpha hydrogens, okay? D has an alpha hydrogen over here, but this doesn't have any alpha hydrogen. Since it doesn't have any alpha hydrogen, so the tautomerism is not exhibited by B option. All right. Now, why is it so? You need an alpha hydrogen, okay? Now, next, let us take the next question. Which one is an elimination reaction? So, elimination reaction, what is the reaction all about? So, we will be taking 2 sigma bonds. Basically, there will be a loss of 2 sigma bonds and a new pi bond will be formed. So, this is tallying with only one option, that is this one. As you can see, the first option is an example of substitution reaction. Second is also an example of substitution reaction. Third is an example of addition reaction. So D is the only one where a new, so C2H4 is nothing but ethene, where a new pi bond is formed and C2H5Br is given to you. Basically, this is the answer. Moving ahead, next is based on the correct statement regarding electrophile. Now, electrophile, as you know, it's an electron deficient species and it will prefer to attack, basically prefer to be attacked by an electron-rich species, that is nucleophile. If that is the case, let's see which one is the correct option. As you can see, B, C are saying that it's a negatively charged species, which is not true. D says that electrophiles are generally neutral species and can form a bond by accepting electron. That's not true, because they can be either neutral or positively charged, and they can form a bond by accepting pair of electrons from a nucleophile. So A is the correct answer. Let's take the next question. The next question is based on nucleophile. Which of the following is not a nucleophile? Okay, so as you can see, NH3 has lone pair of electrons, Cn minus and OH minus are negatively charged. BF3 has a vacant p orbital, which means that BF3 is electrophilic in nature. So the correct answer is A, BF3. All right, moving ahead, let's take the next question. Now over here, CH3 is neither an electrophile nor a nucleophile. Why is it so? This is because for it to become an electrophile, it should be electron deficient. For it to be a nucleophile, it should have an excess of electron, right? Now over here, it is here neither an electron pair is available for donation, right? Nor it can accommodate electron. Since all the shells of nitrogen are fully occupied, so it cannot act as an electrophile. So the only option it can do is, it can neither act as, basically here the electron pair is not available for donation and it cannot accommodate electrons since all the shells are fully occupied. So the correct answer is B. Let's take the next question. This is based on the stability of carbocation. Giving you an insight, when we are talking about the stability of carbocation, always give preference to aromaticity and resonance over inductive effect. Alright, if that is the case, you can see the most stable carbocation will be stabilized by 3 phenyl rings. Alright, due to resonance. Next we have tropylium cation, which is an aromatic compound. Alright, so we have 1, then we have 4, followed by it, as you can see, we have benzyl and allyl. So first benzyl will have higher stability, and then we'll have allyl. Now why benzyl has higher stability? All because because of the delocalization of the pi electron is more prominent in case of benzyl carbocation. Moving ahead, let's take the next question. Now over here, the arrangement of decreasing order of stability of free radicals have been asked. Now, as you know, free radical also will be, the stability of free radical will be very similar to the stability of carbocation. Over here, tertiary carbocation, alright, here as you can see, this is a tertiary free radical. So tertiary free radical will be more stable. Then we'll have secondary free radical. These are primary. Right? So over here, what you need to remember, the key point is the stability of free radical will be similar to the stability of carbocation. All right? Yeah. So in Lesine's test, for nitrogen in an organic compound, the Prussian blue color is obtained due to the formation of. So over here you have to know that the Prussian blue color is obtained due to the formation of ferric ferrocyanide, which is Fe4 FeCN6 whole thrice. Very generic, very important question. This is based on qualitative analysis of nitrogen. Moving ahead, the next question is based on Geldahl's method. Over here, 0.5 gram of an organic compound was analyzed by Geldahl's method. The ammonia evolved was absorbed in 60 ml of N by 5 H2SO4 and required 40 ml of N by 10 NaOH for complete neutralization. What do you have to do? You have to find the percentage of nitrogen. For this kind of a question, I have a trick. Now, if you have H2SO4, so if you have the combination of H2SO4 and NaOH, if you have this combination, you will be using the formula. This is our secret formula. Twice Mv minus Mv. So this will be your H2SO4s. This will be your NaOH's molarity and volume divided by W. W is nothing but the mass of organic compound. Okay, times 1.4. All right. So this is the formula. Okay. So if you substitute this, you're going to get twice. M is 1 by 5 times 60. Now here, what are you exactly doing? You are converting the normality into molarity by doing n factor times m. That's why I wrote 2m. All right. Minus mv, that is 40 times 1 by 10. Okay. This divided by w, 0.5. Okay. And then we'll just put into 1.4. So if you solve this answer, you are going to get 56% as the answer. Moving ahead, the next question is pretty simple. Boric acid on strong heating actually gives B2O3. Okay, what is the reaction? This is the reaction. H3BO3 first will give you metaboric acid, which on further heating will give you B2O3. That is boron trioxide or boric anhydride. Now, the next question, the neutral oxide is, over here CO2, SO2 and Al2O3 is there. Al2O3 amphoteric, CO2, SO2 acidic. CO is the only neutral oxide. All right, moving ahead. The next question is based on sodium pump. This is from S block elements. The function of the sodium pump is a biological process operating in every cell of all animals. Which of the following biological important ion is also a constituent of this pump? Except sodium, it is potassium, all right, which is also a part of the pump. Moving ahead, let's take the next question. Higher concentration of nitrogen dioxide in atmosphere causes bronchitis. All right, moving ahead, let's take the next one. This is based on environmental chemistry. Which of the following reaction is not involved in ozone layer depletion mechanism? You see, A, B and D are all involved in the ozone layer depletion. The only reaction where the ozone layer depletions mechanism is not involved is that of methane converting into formaldehyde. All right, let's take next question. This is on periodicity. The group number and the electronic configuration of element Z is equal to 114 is. So generally there are 118 elements. 118th element, organosine, belongs to noble gases. Just subtract 4 from here. Group 14. So over here, group 14 belongs to carbon family. So what should be the outer electronic configuration or the inert gas core configuration? Read on 5f14, 6d10, 7s2, 7p2. So this is the correct answer. Let's move to the next one. Molecule which have no sigma bond. Generally NO, CU and Be2, they will have sigma bond, but if you look at the molecular orbital diagram of C2, you will see that all the electrons have entered the pi orbital, right? There is nothing in the sigma orbital. So the molecule will have no sigma bond, is D, C2. All right. Let's take the next question. The next question is based on which p orbital overlapping would form the strongest bond. So as you can see, A, B and D is overlapping will not form sigma bond. So if they are not forming sigma bond, you know that sigma bond is more stronger than pi bond. So this forms a sigma bond. C is the answer. This kind of an overlap basically will form the strongest bond. The next question is the 49th question. Which of the following statement is correct? Now let's look at the H2O2 and O2F2's diagrams. Like the bond lengths are given over here. From here you can very well make out that the OO bond length in case of H2O2 is longer than O2F2. So this is the correct answer. Now let me take the next question. An atom with high electronegativity, generally as. So if the atom has high electronegativity, it will be generally considering one with high ionization enthalpy, as electronegativity is the tendency to attract an electron pair towards itself. Left to right across a period, the electronegativity increases, right? Ionization enthalpy also increases like that. So the correct answer over here is B. So these were the solutions, chemistry solutions of AIRTS Mega Test 2. All right, I hope you found this helpful. Thank you very much. Keep learning.
Hello students, how you all? Today we are going to discuss about this botany session of AIRTS Mega Test 2. So students, as we know that this was the schedule here, and we are having the details here of this AIRTS we are having in the extra marks. These are the details here. These tests, they have started on 28th of November. See here, this was the schedule started on 28th November here, and today we are going to discuss about Mega Test 2, which was conducted on 6th February. So students, let's get started. Now we are having the first question, which is cat and dog have same family, genus, order and species. Obviously, they are differing in the species. They are different kinds of species. If we talk about the order, see here, if we talk about order, cat and dog, obviously they are having the same kingdom. But if we talk about the order, it is Carnivora. So they are having the same order, which is Carnivora here. So obviously here, correct option is C. Now the second question, the primary meristem that occurs between mature tissue is known as. So we are having the options as apical meristem, lateral meristem, intercalary meristem and fascicular cambium. If you look here at this image, what is this? We are having here apical meristem at the apex. And if we talk about the lateral meristem, it is here. And if we talk about between the mature tissue, what it is intercalary meristem. Now we talk about intercalary meristem. It helps in increasing the height of the plants. So height of the plant will be increased because of this intercalary meristem. And if we talk about lateral meristem, it increases the girth of the plant. And apex, we are having the apical meristem. So the correct option here will be C, intercalary meristem, which is present between mature tissue. The third question here, bacteria has specialized invagination of the cytoplasmic membrane. See here, this question itself, it is having the definition of the organelle we are talking about. Organelle, or we can say the structure present in the bacteria, because prokaryotes, they are not having the organelles, membrane-bound organelles. So we talk here about the bacteria. It is having specialized invagination here of what? Cytoplasmic membrane, which is analogous to mitochondria of the eukaryotes. So the structure we are talking about, it is analogous to the mitochondria present in the eukaryotes. Which of the following structures we are referring to? See here, we are having this diagram. Now we are having the invagination of the plasma membrane or the cytoplasmic membrane in case of prokaryotes, in case of bacteria. So it is analogous to the mitochondria of the eukaryotes. Why? Because it helps in the respiration process in the bacteria. That is why we are saying it as analogous to the mitochondria of the eukaryotes. So we are having the options chromatophores, pili, mesosome and flagella. So obviously the correct answer here will be C option, which is mesosome. This is the representation of the mesosome we are having. It is having the tubules, a sac is present, and the plasma membrane, it has infolded or invaginated, and because of that we are having the formation of this structure. Fourth question is, vexillary estivation is seen in lily, pea, lotus and rose. So vexillary estivation, if we talk about, we are having this representation. See here, overlapped, we are having the structures here. What are they? See here, the standard, wing and keel. These are the arrangement of the floral parts we are having, and this kind of estivation we are calling as vexillary, as seen in the pea plants. Fabaceae we are having, B option will be correct here. As you can see here, the pea plant, it is having this kind of arrangement of the petals here. So we are having the standard one, wing will be there and keel will be there as represented there. Fifth question, choose one odd one out with respect to the bast fibers. So we are talking about the bast fibers and we are having the options here: jute, flax, hemp and coir. Now students, out of the following, we are having one odd one out. Why? Because it is not the example of bast fiber, which is coir. And why? Because coir is kind of having the hair present on the fruit or the seed, we can say. So this is the odd one out and this is not the example of bast fiber here. Otherwise, jute, flax and hemp, they all three are showing the bast fibers. Now the next question, it is having two statements here, statement A and statement B. We have to see which one statement is correct and which is not, or both the statements, they are correct here. Statement A saying male and female gametophyte of gymnosperms do not have independent free living existence. So they are not independent of each other, do not have. And here we are talking about the gymnosperms, they are male and female gametophyte. We will see how they are not independent here. Statement B is saying in gymnosperms, male gametophytic generation is highly reduced and is confined to a limited number of cells. This is also true. Both the statements here are true. So we can say that C will be correct here. Now students, if we see here, we are having the male gametophytes, highly reduced and it is limited to a number of cells. And the female gametophyte, they are quite dependent on each other. They are not having independent free living existence here. So both the options for the gymnosperm, they are correct. Or we can say both the statements, they are correct. We are having the correct option as C here. Another question, bivalent chromosome clearly appear as tetrad during. So we have to see bivalent chromosomes, they will be appearing as tetrad. Now we talk about the tetrad, what it is. It is having 4 chromatids. That is why we are calling them as tetrad and it will be represented as this. So which stage here will be having the presence of these tetrad? Here, lactotine, zygotine, pachytine or dikinesis. So look here students, we are having the different stages here. Lactotine, zygotine and pachytine and diplotine, dikinesis and metaphase 1, they are shown here. If we talk about this zygotine and the pachytine, they are having the synaptonemal complex here and the formation of the tetrad will be seen in the pachytine kind of stage. So we are having the correct option as pachytine, which will be showing the tetrad, 4 kinds of chromatids here. So C option here is correct. And if we talk about the diplotine, it is having another characteristic which we are calling as chiasma. Another question, we are having 4 statements here. A sterile stamen is known as staminate. Is it known as staminate or it is known as staminode? So the correct statement here will be, if I write staminode. The stigma is usually at the tip of the style. This is correct. Apiphilous condition is seen in the flowers of lily. So lily, we are having what condition? Anthers will be attached to the parent. So that is why we are calling it as apiphilous condition. And yes, it is seen in lily here. 4th statement, root hairs are present in the region of elongation. No, they are not present in the region of elongation if we talk about the root regions. See here, first statement is incorrect. As you can see here in this image, they are present here staminodes. If I highlight it here, staminodes. And they are sterile stamens. As you can see here, they are represented here. As you can see here, they are represented here. Very small structure. They are staminose, sterile stamen. And if we talk about the fourth statement, this is also incorrect. Root hairs, they will be present in the region of maturation. See here, we are having the area of cell division, where this rapid cell division will be seen here. We are having the root cap apical meristem, that is the root apex meristem here. Area of elongation and the area of maturation. And here we are having the presence of root hairs. So area of maturation in the root region is having the root hairs there. So this is also incorrect. How many of the above statements are correct? So 2 are incorrect out of these 4 statements. So we are having the 2 statements, they are correct. Another question, which of the following is frequently observed in cells actively involved in protein synthesis and secretion? So we are having the protein synthesis and secretion. Where it will be present? We know that ribosomes, they are actively engaged in the protein synthesis here. So we are having the structures smooth endoplasmic reticulum, rough endoplasmic reticulum, lysosome and vacuole. If we see here, smooth endoplasmic reticulum, that is without the ribosomes, rough endoplasmic reticulum, that is with the ribosomes. So obviously we will see here protein synthesis and secretion. So B option here is correct. Another question, select the mismatched pair. A is guava is having opposite phyllotaxy. Phyllotaxy, students, when we talk about, we are having the arrangement of the leaves. So that is known as here the phyllotaxy. If we talk about the guava, yes, it is having opposite phyllotaxy. If we see here, pinnately and palmately and bipinnately compound leaves are present. This is also representing here the phyllotaxy, arrangement of the leaves. B is silk cotton palmately compound leaf. Yes, it is showing this kind of phyllotaxy. Cacti is for thorns, and D mustard alternate phyllotaxy. So students, other options, they are showing here phyllotaxy. That's it. That is arrangement of the leaves, in which pattern they are arranged. Otherwise, we talk about the C option. It is here showing, is it showing the phyllotaxy? Obviously not. It is showing the modification. Of what? Modification of the leaves. So this is odd one out. Other options, they are showing here the phyllotaxy, whereas the C option, it is showing here the modification of certain structure, that is in this case leaves. Another question, which of the following statement is incorrect with respect to ground tissue system? So we have to see the ground tissue system is correctly represented by which of the following statements. A is consisting of simple tissues, obviously ground tissue system. You can see here, we are having the dermal tissue, that is the epidermis, outer one. Inside that ground tissue and inner to it, we are having here the xylem and phloem. So ground tissue, obviously it is having or consisting of simple tissues. So this is correct here. In leaves, mesophyll constitute ground tissue. If we talk about the leaves, this ground tissue is consisting of mesophyll cells. C consists of all tissues except epidermis and vascular tissue. As you can see here in this image, dermal tissue, that is the epidermis, and the vascular tissue, xylem and phloem. If they are taken out, what we are having now? We are having now the ground tissue. So obviously this statement is also correct, and D is saying consists of complex permanent tissue. If you see here, students, the options, complex permanent tissue and simple tissue, they are quite opposite to each other. So either A will be correct or D will be correct here. So we are having the correct A here, but D statement is incorrect. We have to see the incorrect statement. So D option here is correct. It is consisting of simple tissue, not complex permanent tissue. Another question, choose odd one out with respect to functions of boron. So we are having one mineral, that is boron, and we have to see which is not the function of this boron. We are having the options pollen germination. Yes, boron is taking part in that. cell elongation, carbohydrate translocation, and nitrogen metabolism. So these three, A, B, C, they are the functions of boron. But if we talk about the nitrogen metabolism, it is concerned here with the molybdenum basically. So we are having this mineral which is helping in nitrogen metabolism, as you have seen in the formation of the root nodules also. So D option is correct, which is odd one out. Another question, it is again having two statements, statement A and statement B. Statement A is saying Calvin pathway is common to C3 and C4 plants. See here students, we are having these three representations. C3 plants, C4 plants and CAM plants. What is going under them? Now we talk about Calvin cycle is present in all the three kind of plants. It is present in C3, in C4 as well as the CAM plants. So A statement here is correct. Calvin pathway is common to C3 as well as the C4 plants. Statement B, we talk about PAP carboxylase enzyme is present in the mesophyll cell of C3 plants. If you see here in this representation or in this mechanism undergoing in C3 and C4 and CAM plants here, PAP carboxylase is present in the mesophyll cells but of the C4 plants, not the C3 plants. This is incorrect. So we have to see the correct option. Obviously we are having the statement A as correct, whereas the B statement here is incorrect. Only A statement is correct and A option here is correct. Another question, we are having the four statements here, occurs in stroma lamellae membrane. Second statement, NADP reductase enzyme is present, both photosystem participates and cyclic flow of electrons takes place. How many of the above statements are true for cyclic photophosphorylation here? Students, we are having the cyclic photophosphorylation as well as the non-cyclic photophosphorylation. If we talk about the cyclic kind of photophosphorylation, as you can see here, if we see the first statement, it is happening in the stroma lamellae. Yes, it is happening in the stroma lamellae membrane there. NADP reductase enzyme is present. We are talking here about the cyclic photophosphorylation. So it is incorrect for it because we are having the NADP reductase in this non-cyclic kind. Both photosystem, they participate. Here also we are talking about the non-cyclic and non-cyclic. Cyclic flow of electrons takes place. That is why we are calling it as cyclic photophosphorylation. So this statement is also correct. We are having the two statements which are correct for cyclic photophosphorylation, which are first and fourth here. So we are having two correct. Another question, what a splitting complex is associated with? P700, P680, photosystem 1, all except B. So we are having the P700 and photosystem 1. And if we talk about the water splitting complex, see here we are having this representation. Photolysis of water, where it is happening, we are here concerned with the photosystem 2. And photosystem 2 is our P680, or we can say that photosystem 2. So photolysis of water or the splitting of water is happening and is associated with photosystem 2 or the P680 here. So we are having the correct option as B. Another question, in all living organism, glycolysis occurs in mitochondria, chloroplast, cytoplasm and nucleus. Obviously this glycolysis is happening in the cytoplasm. So C option here is correct, as it is happening in the prokaryotes, eukaryotes there. Select the mismatched pair. A, ethylene gaseous PGR or plant growth regulator. ABA or the abscisic acid is plant growth inhibitor. Obviously, we are having the plant growth regulators as the inhibitor as well as the promoter here. C is gibberellins adventitious shoot formation and auxin apical dominance. So we are having the correct matches as first, second and fourth one. whereas the gibberellins, they are not associated with the adventitious shoot formation here. So C is a mismatched one. Another question, choose odd one out with respect to redifferentiation. Remember students, when we are talking about the growth and development of the plant, there we have talked about differentiation, redifferentiation and dedifferentiation. So we are having here differentiation, dedifferentiation and redifferentiation, if we recall it. Now we talk about the undifferentiated cells. They are having some capability and they will transform into differentiated cells. If we talk about the undifferentiated cells here, what are their examples? Shoot and root apical meristems. Meristematic cells there. They are undifferentiated. Now they have differentiated. Now the differentiation process have taken. Division ability is lost here. When the cell is being differentiated, it has lost the capability to divide. Now we are having the examples of differentiated cells. What are they? Parenchyma, collenchyma, sclerenchyma, primary xylem and phloem. Dedifferentiated cells, now they will again divide. They have retained their ability to divide. That is why we are calling this process as dedifferentiation. Differentiated cells, again they are able to divide. And we are having the examples as interfascicular cambium and cork cambium. Now the redifferentiation process will take place. What will happen? Now the division ability will be permanently lost. This is the last stage here we are having in the redifferentiation. And what kind of cells or tissues we are having? Secondary xylem, phloem, they are redifferentiated cells here. They have lost the ability to divide again after the process of dedifferentiation. And we are having here secondary cortex. So if we talk about the redifferentiation, now the second, choose odd one out with respect to this redifferentiation here. So we are having the secondary phloem, as we have seen in the example, secondary xylem as well, and as well the phalloderm. If we talk about the secondary cortex, this is the phalloderm students here. And if we talk about the cork cambium, this is the phallogen here. So is the phallogen is the product of the redifferentiation? Obviously not. It is a product of dedifferentiation here. It is able to divide, but redifferentiation, they will make the cells, their ability to divide, they will be lost here. So we are having the correct option as C. Phallogen or the cork cambium, they are the product of dedifferentiation, not the redifferentiation here. Another question, it is having two statements, statement A and statement B. Statement A saying here, yeast poison themselves to death when concentration of alcohol reaches 23%. It is students 13%, way more than the 13% here. It is written here 23%. Less than 7% of the energy in glucose is released during fermentation. So this is correct statement here, whereas the statement A is incorrect. So we are having the correct option as B. Only statement B is correct. Another question, which of the following group of plants have epigynous flowers? Rose, cucumber, sunflower, sunflower and mustard, cucumber ray floret of sunflower, and guava, pea and rose. When we talk about the epigynous flower, see here, flower will be epigynous and we are saying the ovary as inferior. As you can see here, hypanthium. Now the other structures, they are present over the ovary. That is why ovary is inferior and the flower, it will be known as epigynous. So students, when we talk about the cucumber ray floret of sunflower, they are showing this condition. Remember student, rose is the example of this perigynous. We are having at the same level here. Flower is perigynous, ovary is superior here. Hypanthium will be present. So rose, if we talk about, it is present in the two options here. So they will be eliminated here. Rose, the example of perigynous. we are having the correct option of the epigynous, that is the ovary when it is inferior, that is C, cucumber and ray floret of sunflower here. Another question from evolutionary point of view, retention of the female gamete with developing young embryo on the parent sporophyte for some time it is first observed in. So the female gametophyte, it will be retained with the developing young embryo. As you can see here, we are having here the female megaspores, male microspores here. Now we talk about the female gametophyte. It will be retained for some time with the developing young embryo on the sporophyte, parent sporophyte, and it is not quite independent here. And this is the example of certain kind of ferns we are having, or we can say pteridophytes, ferns. So D option here is correct. Another question, the correct difference between active and passive transport across cell membrane. So we have to see active and passive. Active transport occur more rapidly than passive transport. Passive transport is non-selective, whereas active transport is selective. This is not the case. Passive transport is also selective. Passive transport requires a concentration gradient across a biological membrane, whereas active transport requires energy to move solutes. See here, concentration gradient mainly based on that, and it will require the energy. This is correct here. Passive transport is confined to anionic carrier proteins, whereas active transport is confined to cationic channel proteins. This is also not very accurate for this active and passive. If we see here, in passive kind of transport, we are having the differentiations as diffusion and facilitated diffusion. When we talk about the facilitated diffusion, we are having the involvement of membrane proteins here. When we are talking about the diffusion, mainly based on the concentration gradient. This is also based on the concentration gradient, but here we are having the involvement of these proteins. Gradient will be there, but if we talk about the active transport, whether the gradient is not there, it is not present, it will not be affected because we are having the involvement of here ATP. Energy will be required here. See here, you can see in this image, basically a very good image for this differentiation of active and passive transport here. So ATP is involved here, and in this case higher concentration gradient is involved here. So we are having the most accurate difference between the active and passive transport is the C option. Another question, you are given a tissue with its potential for differentiation in an artificial culture. So students, when we are talking about the differentiation, so we are having the undifferentiated cells. They will be again given some function. They will not be able to divide in this process of differentiation. After they have been differentiated, they will lose the capability to divide here. Here we are talking about the tissue culture. Which of the following pairs of hormones would you add to the medium for shoot and root initiation in that undifferentiated tissue? So basically in the tissue culture, when we have to grow the root or when we have to grow the shoot from this, in the process of differentiation from undifferentiated callus or the mass, we are having the ratio of auxin and cytokinin. See here, we are having this process. Intermediate ratio, we are here talking about the auxin and cytokinin here. We will have the callus formation. When the auxin is low and the cytokinin will be high, so we will have low auxin to cytokinin ratio, then we will have the shoot formation. When auxin concentration will be high with respect to the cytokinin and this ratio will be high, obviously we will have the root formation. So based on this ratio of auxin and cytokinin, we are having the formation of root and shoot. Another question, conversion of glucose to glucose 6-phosphate, the first irreversible reaction of glycolysis is catalyzed by. We are having certain enzymes here, aldolase, enolase, hexokinase, phosphofructokinase. So we are talking here about this reaction. It is the first irreversible reaction. If we talk about the glycolysis, glucose is being converted to glucose 6-phosphate. 6 carbon compound here. We are having the involvement of hexokinases or glucokinases. That is, the addition of the phosphate will be done here on the glucose, and ultimately we are having the formation of glucose 6-phosphate here. So obviously C option here is correct, hexokinase or glucokinase. Another question, highest concentration of protons in the chloroplast is found in the antennae complex here, stroma, lumen of thylakoid, space between outer and inner membrane. When we talk about the chloroplast, as you can see here, we are having the outer membrane, stroma, that is inside of it. We are having the inner membrane, thylakoids, they are here, and the granum, the whole structure here. So where we will have the highest concentration of protons, H plus ions here. So basically students, where the photolysis of water is happening. Photolysis of water or the splitting of water, we can say. So we are having it in lumen of the thylakoids. So thylakoid lumen will be having the highest concentration of the protons or the H plus ion. Another question, two plants belong to the same kingdom but different classes. They may belong to same. Remember students, what hierarchy we are having? Keep pots clean or family gets sick. When we talk about the plants, in place of phylum, we are having the division. Now it is saying that they are having the different classes. They have differentiated here. They can have the division C, which can be same here. So obviously C option here will be correct. Another question, anoxygenic photosynthesis is the characteristic of Nostoc, Rhodospirillum, Chlamydomonas and Porphyra. Others, they are having this chlorophyll and they are having the green pigments. Whereas if we talk about the Rhodospirillum, they are showing this characteristic of anoxygenic photosynthesis, where there will be no formation of oxygen. That is why we are calling it as anoxygenic photosynthesis. So Rhodospirillum is the correct example of this kind. Another question, vascular bundles in the maize plant are considered closed. So we are talking here about the vascular bundles and the maize, and they are closed. Because in them, very simple question here, vessels are absent, phloem is surrounded all around by xylem, cambium is absent and vascular tissue are present. If we see here, we can see the vascular bundles as open or closed. When we are saying them as closed, when the cambium is not present. When we are saying them as open, when the cambium here is present. So obviously C option here is correct. Cambium is absent. That is why in the maize we are calling these vascular bundles as closed. Another question, pith is well developed in, we are having some combinations, monocot root and monocot stem, dicot root and monocot root, dicot stem and dicot stem, and monocot stem. So we are here talking about the pith. It is well developed. If we talk about the dicot root and the monocot root, you can see here in this monocot root, the pith innermost part here we are having. And if we talk about the dicot stem and the monocot stem, we are not having any pith. Well developed pith is not present here. And we talk about the dicot stem, it is having this inner tissue here, or the pith is well developed here. So we are having the dicot stem and the monocot root. They are showing here well developed pith. Monocot root and dicot stem. C option here is correct. Another question, haploid sexual spores. Sexual spores, when they are haploid in nature, are produced exogenously. They are produced not endogenously, not inside, they are produced outside, exogenously. ascomycetes, basidiomycetes, deuteromycetes and phycomycetes. See here students, exogenous formation of the spores. On the basidia, it is present in the basidiomycetes. B, we are having the correct option. Another question having the two statements, statement A and statement B. Plasma membrane of prokaryotes is structurally similar to the plasma membrane of eukaryotes. This is the correct statement here. In case of plasma membranes for both the prokaryotes and the eukaryotes, structural similarity is there. Statement B is saying mesosome in bacteria is an extension of cell wall which helps in the process of respiration. This is correct here, the process of respiration, but when we talk about the mesosome, it is like this. The cell membrane or the plasma membrane, it invaginates or the infoldings are there. It is not the extension. We can say the extension, but the appropriate term here will be the invagination or the infoldings of the cell membrane, not the cell wall here, or the plasma membrane. So this is incorrect here. We are having the only statement B, only statement A here is correct. Another question, large empty colorless cells. Large empty and the colorless cells of the adaxial epidermis along the veins of the grass leaves. In the monocots we are having the options as guard cells, subsidiary cells, bulliform cells and bundle sheath cells. As you can see here, large cells which are empty and they are colorless and present in the veins, along the veins of the monocots, the grass leaves here, they are known as bulliform cells. As you can see here in this cross section. Another question here, choose odd one out with respect to surface structure of bacterial cell. Flagella, pili, cilia here and fibrae. When we talk about the flagella, yes, it will be present. Pili, cilia, basically students, cilia, they are present in the ciliates. Or we can say mostly in the eukaryotes. So it is not the correct representation of the bacterial cell or the prokaryotes here. Otherwise, fibrae we are having also the prokaryotes here. So C option here is correct. This is odd one out with respect to the bacteria. As you can see here, fibrae, pili and flagella. We are having in the bacterial cell, ciliates, prokaryotes, they are having these appendages as cilia. Another question, guttation is observed due to the guttation. What structures are associated with in the plants? They are hydrothodes. And because of that, we are having the secretion of the liquid water here. We are having this phenomenon because of osmosis, diffusion, transpiration or root pressure. Obviously, this guttation is because of the root pressure. We are having the correct option as D. Another question, the pink colored pigment present in root nodules of pea plant. Root nodules in the Fabaceae or the pea family here. And we are having their pink colored pigment. What it is known as? It is known as leg hemoglobin. Now what is the function of this leg hemoglobin or the pink colored pigment which is present in the root nodules? We know that root nodules, they are helping in the nitrogen fixation. There we are having the rhizobium and we are having the options as is an oxygen scavenger. Yes, it will reduce the amount of oxygen present. This is correct here. Degrades nitrogenase. Nitrogenase is basically associated with the nitrogen fixation. So obviously this is not degrading here nitrogenase. Protects nitrogenase from oxygen because nitrogenase, it's gets inhibited because of the action of the oxygen. So this leg hemoglobin is acting as the oxygen scavenger and protecting the nitrogenase, which will ultimately help in the nitrogen fixation. So we are having we have to see the correct statements. Both A and C, they are correct, whereas the B1, this is incorrect here. So correct option here will be D. Another question having two statements here, statement A and statement B. Statement A is saying biosynthetic phase of photosynthesis is dependent on the products of dark reaction. When we students talk about the photosynthesis, we are having the two phases there. What are they? The light phase and here the dark phase. Dark phase is also known as biosynthetic phase. So ultimately we are having this statement is incorrect. Now we talk about the statement B. Reaction center in both the photosystems is a type of chlorophyll A molecule. We are having the photosystem 1 and the photosystem 2. So the reaction center in them, it is obviously made up of the chlorophyll molecules. There the carotenoids will also be there. So statement B is correct here. Whereas the dark phase of photosynthesis, it is dependent on the products of dark reaction. It does not make any sense here. Another question, which of the following set of structures or organelles is not surrounded by membrane? Which are membraneless here in these combinations? We are having the ribosome, centrosome and vacuole. Vacuole is having its membrane there. Peroxisome, nucleolus and nucleus. It is also the incorrect combination here. C, ribosome, nucleolus and centrosome. Nucleolus, spherosome and nucleus. So obviously C option here, it will be correct, as these organelle structures, they are not bound by membrane. Another question, homologous chromosomes, they will separate while sister chromatids will remain. They will not be separated. It is associated at primary constriction. So the homologous chromosomes, they are getting separated, but sister chromatids, they are attached with their primary constriction, and it is happening during metaphase 1, metaphase 2, anaphase 1 and anaphase 2. So basically we will get confused here in anaphase 1 and anaphase 2. If we see here about the anaphase 1, what is happening here? The homologous chromosomes, they are getting separated, but the chromatids, they are not getting separated here. They are associated or attached with their primary constriction, and it is happening in anaphase 1. Another question, choose incorrect statement with respect to botanical garden. They have the collection of living plants for future reference. This is correct here. We have to see the incorrect. National Botanical Garden is in Delhi. Sees it is an ex situ conservation strategy. Obviously, we are not having the natural conditions here. The organisms or the plants and the, if we talk about the animals, they are not being conserved at their habitat, in their habitat or niche. So we can say that botanical gardens, they are having this ex situ kind of conservation strategy. Indian Botanical Garden is at Howrah. This is also correct. If we talk about the B, National Botanical Garden is in West Bengal, or we can say the Howrah here. So B option here is correct. Another question, viroids differs from virus in having. We have to see the difference between viroids and the virus. Protein without having any nucleic acid, DNA molecule without protein coat, RNA molecule with protein coat, and RNA molecule without protein coat. See here students, when we talk about the animal virus and plant virus, they are having this capsid, they are having DNA or RNA, and the protein coat can be present here. It is present here in both. But if we talk about the viroids, they are having their genetic material as RNA, naked RNA without the protein coat. RNA only will be the genetic material in case of viroids. If we talk about the viruses, they can have the DNA or RNA, and they will be present the protein coat. Whereas in the case of viroids, protein coat will not be present. So RNA molecule without the protein coat is the basic difference, and it is present in the viroids. Another question, statement A and statement B. Statement A, majority of euglenoids are freshwater organism. Yes, they are found in running water. They are not found in running water. They are found in still water or stagnant water. So this statement is incorrect. Pigments of euglenoids are identical to those present in higher plants. Yes, this is correct. Higher plants, they are having the chlorophyll, carotenoids. So as these iglonoids they are having. So B statement here is correct. Only statement B will be correct here. Another question, we are having 4 statements. All protozoans are heterotrophs. Slime molds are saprophytic protists. Dinoflagellates include diatoms and desmids. And diatoms are chief producers in the ocean. If we talk about the first statement here, this is correct. They are heterotrophs. If we talk about the protozoans, slime molds, that was a basic differentiation when the 5 kingdom classification was done. Slime molds are saprophytic protists. Yes, they are, and they are fungi-like protists. Dinoflagellates include diatoms and desmids. When we talk about the diatoms and desmids, they are included in chrysophytes. So this statement here is incorrect. Diatoms are chief producers in the ocean. So we are having here this statement also correct. How many of the above statements they are correct with respect to kingdom Protista? So we are having 3 statements which are correct, and this third one it is incorrect. Another question here, which of the following statement is incorrect with respect to members of kingdom fungi? They are eukaryotic. Yes, they are eukaryotes, fungi. All of them have cellulosic cell wall. Is it correct? They are having the cell wall which is made up of chitin. So this one incorrect. They are heterotrophic. Sexual reproduction is also present. So obviously students, B option here will be correct, which is an incorrect statement. We have to see the incorrect one. Another question, how many ATP molecules are formed through oxidative phosphorylation of one molecule of alpha ketoglutaric acid entering Krebs cycle? Here we are concerned with the molecule of alpha ketoglutaric acid when it will enter the Krebs cycle, and we have to calculate the ATP. See here, we are having this cycle, and if we are talking about this stage, when alpha ketoglutaric acid will enter, how many ATPs we will be getting here? So if we talk about it, we are having the NADH, 1 ATP, FADH2 formation, and the NADH. So this amount we will get, the ATP formation we will have. So we are having 2 NADH. We talk about this cycle here, Krebs cycle, 1 ATP was formed plus 1 FADH2. See here, 1 FADH2, 2 NADH, and 1 ATP. So now these are the total ATPs that will be formed when we are talking about alpha ketoglutaric acid. Now NADH, it is giving us 2.5 ATP. It is equivalent to 2.5 of the ATP. 1 ATP as it is formed, and FADH2 is equivalent to 2 ATP here. So if we calculate it, 5 plus 1 plus 2, we are having 8 ATPs here in the Krebs cycle. So which option is correct here? B is correct. Another question, choose odd one out with respect to vernalization. It prevents precocious reproductive development. Yes, it is true. It is observed in winter variety of wheat. It is also true here. Flowering is stimulated by low temperature. That is what we are calling as vernalization. Now the signal is perceived by mature leaves. This one is incorrect because signal of the vernalization, it is perceived by meristematic cells here. And we know that mature leaves, they are not having their meristematic cells. We can say the apex will be perceiving it. So this statement is incorrect. The option will be correct. Another question, choose odd one out with respect to essential mineral elements for plants. We are having the phosphorus, manganese, calcium and sodium. Now students, when we talk about the phosphorus, manganese and calcium, in the plant nutrients or the plant minerals, they have been categorized into micro or macronutrients based on their essentiality. Now we talk about the sodium. It has not been categorized in the new classification, or we can say new categorization. It has been given some categories like micronutrients or macronutrients, but it is uncategorized here. So odd one out, we talk about with respect to the plant nutrients or the plant minerals, we are having the sodium. So D option here is correct. Another question, if egg of an organism has 10 picogram of DNA in its nucleus, this represents here the mass of the DNA. C value we talk about. How much DNA would megaspore mother cell of same organism had after S phase of interphase? So egg is having, which is haploid or diploid. Obviously it is a haploid. Ploidy will be haploidy here. It is having 10 picogram. If we talk about the megaspore mother cell, it will be diploid in nature. So for the same plant we are saying it as, now it will be having 2 into N, which is 10 picogram. As we have seen here, egg was having haploidy here and 10 picogram. Now what it will be? It will be 20 picogram of DNA. Now the question is, how much DNA would MMC or the megaspore mother cell of same organism had after S phase of interphase? S phase is the synthesis phase. Obviously we will have the doubling of the content of the DNA. So it will be after S phase, we will have 40 picogram. It will be doubled here after the S phase. So 40 picogram we will be having the DNA content, which is D option. Another question, the imperfect fungi which are decomposers of litter and help in mineral cycling belongs to ascomycetes, deuteromycetes, basidiomycetes and phycomycetes. So we are having the two characteristics. They are the decomposers and they are the imperfect fungi. Why? They are being known as imperfect fungi because they are not having sexual reproduction. No sexual reproduction is seen. That is why we are calling them as imperfect fungi. And these are deuteromycetes. So B option here is correct. Another question, we have to match the column A with the column B here. Auxin, cytokinin, ethylene and ABA. We are having in the column 2 root hair formation, seed dormancy, xylem differentiation and nutrient mobilization. If we talk about the cytokinin, it is having the nutrient mobilization here. So 2 is for 4. If we see at the options, only D is having that. Cytokinin helping in the nutrient mobilization, as we have seen in the case of senescence. Now auxin, what it will be doing, it will be having here the xylem differentiation. Ethylene, obviously one of the characteristic of ethylene, that is the root hair formation. And the ABA, as we know that it is the plant growth inhibitor and it will be having this function of seed dormancy. So obviously here D option is correct. And the last question here students is, which of the metabolite is common to respiration, mediated breakdown of fats, carbohydrates and proteins? So we are having the respiration and the most preferred one is glucose. But when we talk about the fats and proteins as well, we have to see which of the metabolite will be common. And we are having the options as fructose 1,6-biphosphate, pyruvic acid, acetyl-CoA and glucose 6-phosphate. As you can see here, glycogen or starch, which is the carbohydrate, lipid and the protein. Ultimately, they are going to this acetyl coenzyme A, and from here we will have the further breakdown. but the metabolite which is intermediate between the carbohydrate, lipids and fats, we are having as acetyl coenzyme A. So C option here is correct. So students, that was all for today in the botany session of this AIRTS Mega Test 2. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so very good afternoon to all of you. So now we are going to discuss your physics sections. My name is Abhishek Chauhan and I have total 9+ years of experience in teaching NEET. Okay, so let us start the discussion from sections A. So the first question that we have from AIRTS, that the percentage error in the measurement of voltage is given to you 3% and the measurement of current is given to you 2%. So what we have asked, the percentage error in the measurement of resistance. So we know the formula that the resistance is R is equal to V upon I from Ohm's law, we can say. And now if we are going to convert this in terms of percentage error in division, what we can write? We can write delta R upon R into 100, that is equal to plus minus delta V upon V into 100 plus minus delta I upon I into 100. This way we can write percentage error in voltage and percentage error in current. So the percentage error in voltage is given to you, that is plus minus 3% and that is plus minus 2%. Alright, so if we add up, because error is always having additive nature. So if we are going to add up all these things, so what is the correct answer for this problem? We are getting option number D is the right answer for this problem number 1. Alright, now let's move forward. In this question we have to tell the physical dimension given by m की power a, b की l की power b and t की power c. Okay, then we have to tell which is the correct options according. Okay, so the force, if we are writing the dimensional unit in terms of MLT, we know it. It is force is F is equal to m into a. So this is mass, m is mass and a is your acceleration, and acceleration we are defining meter per second square. So if we are writing dimensional unit for force, it is m l t की power minus of 2. So now let us check the options. So A we are getting 0, so that means this is not correct one. Now let's check for option B, that is your pressure. So pressure is defined as force per unit area and force is ml t minus 2 divided by area is meter square. Alright, so if we are going to solve this, what we are getting? We are getting ml minus 1 into t to the power minus 2. So now check for this. A we are getting 1, yes, A is 1 and B is minus 1 and T is minus 2. So yes, option B is the right answer for this problem, as we have only one correct options, so we don't have to check for further. All right. Now, third question is, a ball is thrown vertically downward with velocity of 20 meter per second from the top of the tower. If it hits the ground after some time with velocity 80 meter per second, and we have to tell height of tower. So let us understand the problem first. So as per questions, we are having a ball which is we are going to throw vertically downward. Let us consider its initial velocity is given to you u and final velocity is given to you v. So these are the velocities we have. So we have to tell this height. As this ball is falling under the effect of gravity, so here acceleration that we have, that is equal to your g. So if we are going to apply the third equation, that is v square is equal to u square plus 2as. So a is correspondingly g and v and u already we have to given, so we can easily calculate this value of s. So v is, as per question, it is 80 meter, 80 square, that is u is 20 ka square plus 2 into s. The direction of velocity is along the acceleration, we have to take it the value of g as a positive. So 2 into 9.8, or for simplicity they had given you the value of g is 10 meter per second square. So we are going to place it 10 here, and that is h. So after solving this, as you know it, this is a square minus b square, so we can write it, this is 20h is equal to 80 plus 20 and 80 minus of 20. So if we are going to solve this, this is 20h is equal to, this is 100 multiplied by 60. So if we solve this, we will get the right answer. So 300 is the right answer for this problem. All right, now let's move for the next questions. In these questions, we are having an electron which is starting from rest. Velocity increase linearly as given to you v is equal to k into t. So velocity as a function of time is given to you. Where k is your constants, then the value of constant is also given to you, which is 3 meter per second square. Now we have to tell distance traveled by in 4 seconds. So let's calculate. So v, we know it, it is k into t. As velocity is the function of time, this v we can replace it by dx divided by dt, and that is equal to kt. So if we are going to solve this further, what we have, dx is equal to, it is kt, dt we can write this way. Now for calculation the value of distance, we have to take the integration. As velocity is in the same direction of acceleration, because acceleration also you are getting positive, so you are get velocity, distance and displacement both are equal in this case, and we have to put the value of x, k is constant, and this is we are getting t square by 2. All right, so let us place all these values. So k is 3 and t is given to you 4 seconds. So it is 4 into 4 divided by 2. So this is cancelled out by 2 times, and this is 8 into 3, we are getting 24. So 24, that is option number C, is the right answer for this problem. This problem also can be solved by different way. If we calculate the accelerations, because acceleration we know it, it is dv divided by dt. So if we differentiate this result with respect to t, we are getting acceleration that is equal to k, and this is we are getting 3 meter per second square. This is the value of acceleration we have. Now we can easily apply, as the body is starting from rest. So we can also apply s is equal to ut plus half at square. We can also get the same answer if we are going to solve by this method. Alright, now let's move forward. In this question, a ball is thrown upward and it is returned to the ground, describing parabolic path. So that means the ball is following parabolic motions. Okay, which of the following is correct? Sorry, which of the following is remains constant, we have to ask. So the first option is given to you, momentum of the ball. Second option is kinetic energy. Third option is vertical component of velocity, and fourth option is horizontal component of velocity. So let us understand it first. So this is the ball we are having. Suppose if we are going to project it with initial velocity u and at an angle theta. So there are the two components of velocity. This is your u sine theta and this is your u cos theta. So if I'll ask you what is the acceleration in horizontal direction, we can easily write that ax is equal to 0 in case of parabolic motions. But in case of y direction, that is ay, that is equal to minus of g, because acceleration due to gravity is always acting in downward directions. So which component of the velocity is affected? That means vertical component is affected. So we cannot say that the momentum is constant. Okay, even we cannot say the kinetic energy is constant. What we can say, vertical component, that is also not constant because there is an acceleration in y directions. So from this, what we can say? We can say that the horizontal component of velocity, that means your u cos theta, remains constant. Alright, so this is the right answer for this problem. Now let's move forward. In this question, a particle of 2 kg is performing uniform circular motions. Okay, and radius and acceleration of the particle is given to you. What we have to tell? We have to tell the value of linear momentum. So first of all, we have to know the formula of linear momentum. So it is the basically product of this linear momentum is the product of mass into velocity. So we need velocity actually. So how we are getting? As you know, when the particle is performing circular motions, there is an acceleration which is always acting towards the center, that is called your centripetal accelerations, and that is equal to A is v square divided by r. As acceleration is given to you, which is 16, and that is equal to v square upon r is 2. So from this we can tell the velocity is, this is 4 root of 2 meter per second. Understood? I hope this part is clear to you. Now as velocity we have calculated, so now we have to tell the momentum. So momentum is product of mass, and mass in question is given to you 2 multiplied by 4 root 2. So what we are getting? We are getting 8 root 2 is the right answer for this problem. Alright, so this is also one of the easiest problem. Now next is, a child of weighing 25 kg is sliding down a rope, okay, hanging from the branch of tree. If the force of the friction acting against him is 200 Newton, that is given to you. So we have to tell what is the acceleration of this child. So let us understand this with the help of free body. So suppose this is the rope we are having, and here we are having a child which is pulling this rope. Okay, now as it is moving in downward directions, because if we are going to see the FBD of here, that mg is always acting in downward directions, and there is a frictional force because child is moving in downward direction, so the value of friction is acting in upward direction, that is f of k we can say. And we have to tell the value of accelerations. So acceleration is overall in downward direction, so what we can write? That net force is mg minus f of k, that is equal to m into a. Alright, everything is given to you. Weighing is given to you, that is 25 kg. So this is, we can multiply f by g. So what we are getting? We are getting this is 250 Newton minus Fk is given to you, which is 200, and that is equal to mass is 25 into A. Alright, so what we are getting? We are getting A is equal to, it is 50 divided by 25. So if we cancel out this, we are getting 2 meter per second square. So yes, option D is the right answer for this problem. Now let's move for the next questions. So, a car is traveling on a smooth road, passes through a curved portion of the road in the form of arc of circle. That means it is forming a arc of circle is here. Now what they had asked, the reaction of the on the car at the lowest point we have to tell. So as you know, when the particle is performing in a circular motion, so there is a centripetal force is acting. So if we are going to draw the free body diagram here, so mg is always acting in downward directions. There is a normal reaction which is providing by this surface. So if we balance this, what we can write, the net force, that is n minus mg is equal to mv square divided by r. Alright, I hope this part is clear to you. Okay, as what we have to tell? We have to tell the reaction of the car. That means this value of n we have to tell. So n can be written as, it is mv square upon r plus mg. So if you will check your question, everything is given to you. See, radius is given to you, which is 10. Alright. Mass is given to you. And speed is also given to you. So if you are going to put all these value in this expressions, you will get the value of reaction, and the final answer for this problem you are getting, it is option number C, which is 25 kN. Alright, now let's move for the next one. The heart of the man pump 5 liters of blood through arteries per minute. So that is given to you per minute. Alright, next is the pressure of 150 mm of mercury, if the density is given to you, is 13.6 into 10 to the power 6 kg into meter square. If G is given to you, this one, so we have to tell the power. So power, we can write it, it is defined as rate of doing work, as the heart is doing work for rotation of this blood. Okay, so we can write it that the pressure is defined as, I am writing here that P is equal to rate of doing work, that is W divided by T. As this heart is basically pumping the pressures, so that means there will be a change in potential energy. So this work can also be write in terms of potential energy, that is mgh. So it is mgh divided by T. Alright, as density is given to you, and there is a volume of the blood is given to you, so we have to convert this expression again. So mass can also be written as volume into density. So if we are placing here, we have, this is rho gh into, this is V by T. Alright. So if you check this, V by T is given to, which is 5 liter of blood per minute. So we have to, as we have to find out the answers in what we have to convert this also. So if we are going to write V by T value, so it is, first of all, liter has to be converted in form of kg per meter cube. So this is 5000 into 10 to the power minus 3, or for per second we have to divide it by 60. So this is the value of V by T we are getting. So if we place it all these value here, and density, if we have density rho is given to you, which is 13.6 into 10 to the power 3, and that is already given to you in kg per meter cube. G you already know, है ना? And this is corresponding to 150 mm of mercury. That means height is also given to you, है ना? So if you are going to place the value of height, which is 150 into 10 to the power minus of 3 meters. All right, so these are the three results you are having. If you place all these value in this expression, so you will get the value of pressure. Okay, so if you are going to put up all these value, what is the correct answer you are getting if you solve this? So numerical part I will be given for you. Okay, you have to solve this and you will get the final answer of options number B. Understood? Now let's move forward. We are having a stone which is tied on the end of the string of length is given to you 50 centimeters. It is wheeled on a horizontal circle with the constant speed. A stone makes 40 revolutions in 20 seconds. So we have to tell the acceleration of the stone. Again, this problem is basically related to your centripetal forces or centripetal accelerations. As you know, when this stone that we are attaching with a thread is moving in a circular path, so there is a acceleration acting on it, and the formula of acceleration that we have, it is v square divided by r, where r is the radius of this circle. Now, as we don't have idea of this v, for that what they had given 40 revolution in 20 seconds. So we can also be right in terms of omega because there is a circular motion itself. So v is equal to, we know it, r omega. So what is the value of a we are getting? It is omega square r. So if we calculate the value of omega and r, we will get the value of acceleration. So for calculation of omega, what they had given, that 40 revolution in 20 seconds. So if I want to calculate one revolution, that we are getting, it is 20 by 40 seconds. And the time required to complete one revolution is called your time period. So from this, what we have the value of time period is 1 by 2 seconds. And you know that omega is defined as 2 pi by t. So if we place it, we are getting 2 pi divided by 1 by 2, that means 4 pi radian per second. We are getting the value of omega. Okay, if we place these values, so the acceleration we have, it is 16 pi square multiplied by r. R is given to you now in 50 centimeters. Okay, because string length is corresponding to the value of your radius. So that we have to convert in form meters. So that we can write, it is 50 divided by 100. All right. So this is we have, it is 1 by 2, and this is we have, it is 8 into 3.14 multiplied by 3.14. So you can tell the approximate answer because you know it, that is a 9/8 ja. Okay. So that means you will have the value of, corresponding value of your final answers. Okay. And this is, we can write it, this is 24 point something into multiplied by 3. All right, so you will get the approximate answer that you are getting, that is your option number B. Understood? I hope this part is also clear to you guys. So there is a little bit calculation, but we can solve the we can take the approximation, then we can solve this problem easily. All right. Now the next problem is, a 4 joule is required to stretch the spring through 10 centimeters beyond it is unstretched length. What is the extra work required to stretch through the additional 10 centimeters shall be? So first of all, for solving this problem, we are having calculate work done in stretching the spring. And the formula for work done that we have solved in the chapter work energy, which is half k x square. Okay, so if we are going to stretch is 10 centimeter, corresponding that the value of work is given to you. So if we are going to write this expression in terms of ratio, so what we can write, it is W1 upon W2, as k is constant, it is x1 upon x2 ka whole square. So x1 is 10 centimeters and x2 is, that is extra 10 centimeter. That means x1 is corresponding to 10 centimeter and x2 is corresponding to 20 centimeters. So if we place this, W1 is your 4 upon W, it is, we are getting 1 by 2 ka whole square. So the W2 you are getting, it is 16 joule. But as per question, we have to tell extra work required. That means for extra work, what we have to write it? We have to write it W2 minus of W1. This is the extra work. Alright, so it is 16 minus of 4. We are getting 12 joule. So 12 joule is the right answer for this problem. And your option C is absolutely correct. Understood? Now, next is, a particle is performing a vertical circular motions. The tension in the thread is maximum at, they had asked. So I hope everyone knows about vertical circular motion. So we are going to attach a thread and that particle is following the circular path. Okay. Sorry, this is the mass we are having, point mass, when it is moving around a circular path. Okay, so that motion is called your vertical circular motions. So in that case, if we take this thread as a tension, here is, we are having a thread which is having tension T. So if we are going to write this expression in terms of theta, as there is a mg is acting here and there is a centripetal force is also acting, mv square by r. So what is the value of tension we are getting? That is mv square by r plus mg cos of theta. This is the expression you are getting for tensions. So as you know, the value of cos theta is maximum whenever we are having the value of theta is 0. So cos theta is maximum when theta is equal to 0. That means this is your lowest positions. So at lowest position you are getting the value of tension is maximum. So what they had asked, they had also asked the same thing, that the tension is maximum, tension in the thread is maximum at. So it is maximum at the bottommost point. So option B is the right answer for this problem. By putting the value of theta, you will get the tension for the different point. You can get for this point, if you are going to put it, the value of theta is 90 degree. You are getting here tension also, if you are going to put the value of theta is 180 degree. Understood? Now, next question is, a rigid ball of mass m strike a rigid ball at 60 degree and get reflected without a loss. That means there is no losses of energy. The speed as shown in the figure, we have to tell the impulse imparted. So first of all, we have to know the formula of impulse. And impulse, we can define it in terms of change in momentum. And change in momentum delta P, we can write it. It is P final minus P initial. So as you see, this ball is making an angle with this line, that is 60 degrees. So there are the two components of velocity. As there is no losses of energy, so there is no change in this component, that which is we are getting along this line. There is only change in velocity we are getting perpendicular to this wall, and that component is your we can write it final is we are getting in negative direction, so we are getting mv, that is minus of mv cos of 60 minus of pi. Pi we are getting in this direction, that is we have taken as a positive, so this is again minus of mb cos of 60. So if we add up these two, we have minus of 2mv cos 60 is 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 will get cancelled out, and delta p we have minus of mb. Alright, so this is the final answer we have. Or in questions, as per question, they had only asked the value of magnitude without any directions. So what is the correct answer we are getting? It is options number A. Alright, now let's move for the next one. The two particles of same mass start simultaneously from the origin on a smooth surface as shown in the figure. Find out the coordinate of center of mass at t is equal to 10 seconds. So if you understand this problem, you can tell the answer without any calculations. As you see, both velocities are equal. So if you are going to calculate their component along the, that is y component of center of mass, there is no change, because in y direction both are moving with equal separations. So the y coordinate of the center of mass will not change, and that we are getting 0. So for that we are having two options now. Now next is, if we have to tell the x coordinate, so if we take the component of one mass velocity, that is we are getting 4 cos of 60, and cos 60 is 1 by 2. Cos 60 is 1 by 2, so we are getting velocity v is equal to, it is 2 meter per second along the x-axis. So the center of mass is also moving with this velocity, because both velocities we are getting in same directions. So if we take take one mass as it is moving along the x-axis, so we have to tell the value of center of mass at t is equal to 10 seconds. So x we can write it, x is equal to this 2 into 10, because distance is equal to speed into time. So we are getting 20 meter. That is the x coordinate of your center of mass. So what is the correct answer? You are getting option number C. So C is the right answer for this problem. Now next is a uniform rod of mass 25 kg and length is 5 meter held stationary with the help of light string as shown in the figure. So that string is also connected here. We have to tell the tensions. So this problem is actually related to the problem of equilibrium. So in case of equilibrium, what we have, we are having net torque is 0, we are having F net is 0. So in this thread, we have to tell the value of tension, so I can take it as a T. So if you are going to draw the FBD for this, so mg is basically acting at the center of mass, which is here. And if you are going to balance the value of torque about this point, because as there is no rotation, so the net torque, if we are going to calculate that, we are getting as a 0 about this point. So what we are doing, we are going to calculate the value of torque about this point O. And torque is basically force into perpendicular distance from the point of rotations. So we are balancing torque about O. Balancing torque about O. So if you check the torque that is due to the tension, it is R cross F, so that is in upward direction, and due to mg we are getting in downward directions. Okay, so what I can write, this is T multiplied by perpendicular distance for this point O is T into 3, and that is equal to mg. M is given to 25, so 25 into g we can take it as a 10, and here the perpendicular distance you are getting, this is the perpendicular distance. As you see, this distance is 3, and this length is we are having 5. So this is the condition of spatial triangle, है ना? In case of spatial triangle, if we are having this kind of situation, this is 3, this is 5, so this is we can take say 4, and this is the weight is acting at the center of the rod. So distance, perpendicular distance we are getting, it is 2. So what is the value of tension we have? It is 500 divided by 3. That is in Newton. So yes, option A is the right answer for this problem. Okay, this is also one of the easiest problem. Now next is the 3 rings, each of mass is given to you 2 kg and radius is 1, that's shown in the figure. We have to tell the moment of inertia. So these are the 3 rings we are having. So for solving this kind of problem, we have to apply perpendicular axis theorem as well, and we have to apply parallel axis theorem as well. So as you know, if we are having this ring and this ring is rotating about this point, okay, so first of all, if I'll ask you what is the moment of inertia, so about this point we can write it, it is I is equal to mr square. Now next is, if I want to calculate it along the diameter, so we know it, these two are values are we are getting equal. So along the diameter we can write it, it is Iz is equal to Ix plus Iy, and here Ix and Iy both are equal, so we can write it 2Ix. So the value of Ix we are getting, it is Iz is mr square by 2. Understood? So that means for this situation, above for this ring, that is the ring third, we are getting mr square by 2. And for this situation, we can apply parallel axis theorem if we are going to calculate it about the diameters. So if I want to write the total moment of inertia, that is I net, it is for third ring, it is mr square divided by 2 plus. As these two are symmetrical about y-axis, so I can just calculate it for 1 and multiply it by 2. So this is 2 into mr square by 2 plus, we have to use the parallel axis theorem, plus mr square. So if you solve this expression, you will get the final answer, and let us calculate it. So if we multiply it by 2, this is mr square plus 3 mr square, so it is 7 mr square divided by 2. That is the value of I net. Now if we are going to put the values of m and r, m is given to you, which is 2, r is given to you, which is 1, divided by 2. So 2 and 2 will be cancelled out and you are getting 7. So yes, option D is the right answer for this problem. Understood? Now let's move for the next one. The radius of the earth is given to you, which is 64 kilometers, 100 kilometers, and the mass is given to you, this is 1. The mass of the earth is about 10 times of mass of Mars. The object is weighing 200 newtons on the surface of earth. So what we have to tell the weight. So weight, you know it, it is basically m into g. Okay, so if we are going to write the expression that g we have, it is g m upon r square, where g is the universal gravitational constant, m is the mass of that planet. We are going to calculate g. As in this question, we have to tell the weight. So if I multiply this by m, so now this is the expression and this is corresponding to your weight. If I am going to write the ratio, that is W1 upon W2, as g is constant, है ना, mass is constant, है ना. So what we are getting it is m1 upon m2 multiplied by r2 upon r1 का whole square. This is the expression we are getting. Alright, I hope this part is clear to you. Understood? So now if we are going to place as mass of earth is given to you, that the mass of earth is about 10 times of mass of Mars. Okay, and the radius of earth is 6400 and mass is given to 320. So if you are going to place all these values, and one we have taken corresponding to your earth and two we have taken corresponding to your mass. So let us place all these values. So there m1 upon m2, m1 is corresponding to your earth. Okay, this is 10 times of m. So this is 10 by 1 we are getting, and it is multiplied by R2 upon R1, and the radius is you have 6420. That is the radius of earth is about, this is 3200 divided by 6400 e power square, and this will cancel out by twice. So as W1 is the weight on earth we have, that means we have the value of W1 which is 200 is given to you. So W2 we can write it is W1 twice of W1 divided by 10. Alright, so let us place all these values. So 2 into W1 is 200 divided by 10. So 10, 0 is 0 will get cancelled out, and we are getting 40 Newton. So 40 Newton is the right answer for this problem, and we are having option number C is correct. Now let's move forward. Here the question is, a planet is in distant solar system is 10 times more massive than Earth, and the radius is 10 times smaller. Given that the escape velocity is given to you, that is 11 kilometers per second. What we have to tell? We have to tell the escape velocity of that planet. So the formula that for escape velocity we have, it is under root of 2gm upon r. So this is also the same kind of problem that we have solved this previously, and simply based on the ratio. And this VE key we can write, or we can say V1 upon V2, we can write it under root of G is constant, so it is M1 upon M2 multiplied by R2 upon R1. Alright, so if we place all these values, so what is the correct answer we are getting? We are getting it is just 10 times, so it is 110 kilometers per second is the right answer for this problem. Now let's move for the next question. The two wires of same material having same mass is stretched by the same forces and length are given to you in the ratio of this. We have to tell the value of elongations. So first of all, for calculation of elongation, that is, we know it, Young's modulus is defined as stress upon strain, which is F upon A divided by delta L upon L. As we have to tell the value of elongation, that means delta L we have to tell. So if we are placing these values here, so delta L we are getting it is FL upon A gamma. So in as per question, they are made up of same material, that means gamma is same, and the force that we have applied, that is also same. So again I can write it this in the form of ratio, that is delta L1 upon delta L2 is equal to L1 upon L2 into A2 upon A1. So as you know, the volume of the wire is also constant. So what we can write, if volume is constant, we can write it A1 L1 is equal to A2 L2, because only the length is given to you. That means elongation, that is the length, is in the ratio of 2:3. So if we are going to replace the value of A2 upon A1, and that can be replaced L1 by L2. So if we place it here, so we are having L1 ka square divided by L2 ka square. So as L1 and L2 is 2:3, so what is the correct answer? Which is 4:9. So option C is the absolutely right answer for this problem. Now let's move for the next questions. Here the spherical liquid drop of radius r is divided into the 8 equal droplets. Surface tension is also given. We have to tell the work done in this process. So first of all, we have to know the formula of work done in form of surface tension, so which is W is equal to, this is T into delta A. Delta A is your surface area, or we can write it A final minus of A initial. Alright, now, but we need radius actually, because we are having, initially we are having a liquid drop of radius r, and it is dividing in 8 equal droplets. So if we take final volume is equal to the initial volume, so what we can write? That initial volume is 4 upon 3 pi r cube, that is equal to 8 into 4 upon 3 pi small r cube. This is the radius of smaller drop and this is the radius of bigger drop. So if you solve this, this will get cancelled out and we have small r is equal to capital R divided by 2. Now if we place all these value in the above expressions, so we have the final answer, because surface area is 4 pi r square. Okay, that is defined as 4 pi r square. So if I am going to place it here, we have option C is the absolutely right answer. Alright, now let's move forward. Here we are having a small iron sphere is dropped from a great height. It attained terminal velocity having fallen to 32 meters. Then it covered the rest of the part with that velocity. The magnitude of work done by the air frictions during the 32 meter of fall is given to you W1. So what we have to tell? We have to tell the magnitude of work done by the air friction during the subsequent W2. So first of all, we have to understand the problem, because this problem is required no calculation actually. So initially, as you are having an iron sphere, so when you are going to drop it, it is having initial velocity is 0. So as initial velocity is 0, so the air resistance in that case you are getting 0. As its velocity is continuously increasing, it is attains some terminal velocity, and after that it is falling with that terminal velocity. Because all the forces are equal, then he has to maintain this velocity. So here, as I told you, the force of friction is directly proportional to the velocity. So here the value of force of friction you are getting lesser. For this reason, value of friction you are getting higher. Alright, so this is given to you corresponding to W1 and this is given to you corresponding to W2. So as force of friction is lesser in this case, so work done is also lesser. So we can directly say that W2 is greater than W1 and your option B is absolutely correct. Clear? Now let's move for the next one. A wire of A and B is made of the same material. A has twice diameter and 3 times of length of B. Elastic limit are not reached. Okay, so we have to tell the ratio of energy. So first of all, we have to know the formula. So the formula of energy per unit volume, we know it in case of whenever we are going to stress the wire, it is 1 upon 2 stress into strain. But as strain is not given to, so you have to convert this strain, that gamma is equal to stress upon strain. And this is energy per unit volume. So if we are going to place this strain value here, what we have? We have U upon V 1 by 2 stress upon gamma. So U we can write it. It is 1 by 2. Stress is force का square upon area का square gamma into A into L. A will get cancelled out here. So the U you are getting, it is directly proportional to L by A. Now the problem is very easy. You are going to able to solve it easily. Okay. So by solving this, you will get the final answer, because see, diameter is given to you that you can convert in form of area, and length is also given to you. And the ratio of length is given to you. So the final answer for this problem you are getting, it is option number Alright, now let's move forward. We are having a spherical body with radius of this, radiating power this 500k. Okay, so if radius were reduced to half and the temperature is doubled, we have to tell the radiated power. So this is basically the concept is heat due to radiations, है ना? Rate of heat transfer due to radiation. So that problem is basically based on Stephen's law. According to him, the power is defined as that the rate of doing it is sigma EA into T की power 4. As temperature of surrounding is not given to you. See, these two are we are having constant. So what we can write, we can directly write it is P1 upon P2, it is A1 upon A2. Alright. Now, what they had said, the radius is reduced to half. Okay, so if we place all these value, है ना, and T1 and T2 is also given to you, so you are getting it is A1 area is pi r square, है ना, and if you are going to take the square of this is we are getting 2, and here T1 and T2 is temperature is doubled, so it is 1 by, just give me a minute, it is pi r square. So it is 2 ka square, है ना? And here we are getting it is 2 की 1 by 2 की power 4. One by 2 की power 4. I hope you get this. Because see, if you are going to put the value of here, this is 1 by 2, and in case of radius you have to take the square also. This is you are getting 2 square and it is 1 by 2 की power 4. So if you cancel out all these value, you have P1 upon P2, it is equal to 1 by 2 की power square. So if you solve this P2, you can write it is 4 times of P1. So P1 is given to you, which is 450 watt. If you multiply it by 4, you will get the right answer. So your option number A is absolutely right for this problem. Now the next is a water is fall from a height of this one. We have to tell the temperature if the whole energy is used for heating. So this is based on the energy conservations, and you know when water is falling from the height, it is having some potential energy. So potential energy is basically converted in form of heat. So mgh is equal to ms delta T. So m here will get cancelled out. So this is 10 into h is given to you 500. And S we have to use all unit in SI, है ना? So S is written as, this is 4200. Alright, and multiplied by delta T. So if you solve this, you will get the final answer. And for this question, the final answer is option number C. Now the next question is, a gas mixture is consist of 2 mole O2 and 4 mole AR, temperature is T. Neglecting all the vibrational mode, the total internal energy we have to tell. So it is also formula based questions. So U is in terms of, if we are writing the formula of internal energy in terms of degree of freedom, so it is Fn RT divided by 2. So as O2 is your diatomic, so for that the value of F is 5 and AR is monoatomic, so for that F is 3. So everything you have now. So if you solve this, U is equal to, it is for oxygen, it is 5 into 2 into R into T divided by 2, plus for AR, it is 3 into moles are given to you 4 into R into T divided by 2. So here it is get cancelled out. So it is 2 3 just 6 plus 5 is 11. So yes, option A is the right answer for this problem. Clear? Now let's move for the next question. In this figure, the certain mass of 3 path, it is moving 1, 2 and 3 from state A to B. We have to tell the work done, basically order of work done in these questions. So as you know, when area is maximum, and because work done is defined as area under pressure volume graph. So the curve which is having maximum area, work done is maximum. So as you see here, for path 1, work done is maximum, that is W1 is greater than W2 and it is greater than W3. So yes, if you check the options, option C is the right answer for this. Now the next is the efficiency of the ideal heat engine is working between freezing point. Freezing point is means 0 degrees Celsius and the boiling point it is 100 degrees Celsius. So we have to tell the efficiency. The formula of efficiency, it is 1 minus T2 upon T1, and as we have to calculate the percentage, so we have to multiply it by 100 also. Alright, now T2 is corresponding to a temperature of sink which is 0 degrees Celsius, but as we need answers in, we always have to use the value of temperature, that is the absolute scale. Okay, so we have to write the value of temperature in Kelvin. So here the T2 is corresponding to 273 Kelvin and T1 is corresponding to 373 Kelvin. So if you place all these values, you will get the value of efficiency, and it is 26.8 is the right answer for this problem. Now the next is a container which is insulating wall is divided into two parts. Partition is filled with one part is filled with ideal gas having pressure P, temperature T, where it is completely evacuated. If the valve is suddenly open, the pressure and temperature of the gas we have to tell. Alright, so if you check this, we are having insulated wall. That means there is no exchange of heat. So the temperature of the system is constant. If your temperature is constant, we can say that P, from ideal gas equation, that is PV is equal to nRC. So PV is also constant. So it is P1 V1 is corresponding to P2 V2. So P1 we have P, this is V. As if we open the valve, they are having equal parts, hai na? So the volume is just double. So it is 2V now. So V and V will get cancelled out, and P2 we are getting, it is P by 2. So if you are going to check the options, option A is the absolutely right answer for this problem. Now let's move for the next one. A time period of the mass suspended by the spring is T. If the spring is cut into the 4 part, the mass suspended from the one of the part, we have to tell the time period. So first of all, we have to know the formula. The formula of time period that we are having, T is equal to 2 pi under root of m by k in case of spring mass system. So if we get the value of k, we can easily tell the time period. So when we are going to cut the spring, what you have to keep in your mind that the KL is remains constant. So if you are going to cut it in 4 pieces, so the value of KL is constant. That means K is increased by 4 times. So the new value of K you are getting, it is 4 times of K. So the T new we can write it, it is 2 pi root of, there is no change in mass, divided by 4K. So if you solve this further, we can write it, it is 2 into 2 pi root of m by k, and this is corresponding to the initial value of your T you have. Alright, sorry, this is 1 by 2. Alright, so 1 by 2, that means the final answer for this problem we have option number B, which is time period is reduced to half. Now the next is, when the two displacements represent this one and this one are superimposed, so we have to tell the amplitude of the result. So this is also very easy problem. So first of all, whenever we are going to finding the equation of resultant wave, these expression, that the function, are in basically same format. Either they are in sine, either they are in cos. So first is given to you, y1 is equal to a sine of omega t, and this y2 we can write it, it is b sine of omega t plus pi by 2. So the phase difference you are getting between these two equations, that is pi by 2. And for the resultant wave equation, we know it, or resultant amplitude, this is under root of a square plus b square plus 2ab cos of 90. Cos 90 is corresponding to 0. So r you are getting under root of a square plus b square. So the net amplitude that you are getting, it is option number C is the absolutely right one. Now let's move for the next one. An engine is approaching a hill with constant speed. When a distance is 0.9 kilometer, it blow a horn, whistle, okay, and echo is heard after 5 seconds. Speed of sound is given to you. This is also basically simple problem, that is, we can say it is based on 1D motions. So here we have to apply that distance is equal to speed into time. So as you see, this engine is initially at distance of 0.9 kilometer. And if we are going to write it in terms of SI, we can directly write it as 900 meters. Because it is multiplied by 10 to power 3. So initially, if this is 900, I am writing here, this is 900. At the same time, it is also moving with some velocity, that is, let us take v. So when the wave is reflected and it is reaches to the engine, and in that case the distance is basically, it is 900 minus of, as this engine is moving, v into t. Alright, and that is equal to speed into time. Speed of sound is given to you 330 and time is given to you 5 seconds. So here is also, it is 5 seconds. So by this simple equation, you can easily calculate the value of v. Alright. So the correct answer that you are getting after solving this, it is option number C you will have. Understood? Now the next problem is a 5.5 meter length of the string having mass is this, tension is this. We have to tell the speed. So this is also formula based questions where v is, this is T by mu. T is the tension in the string and mu is defined as mass per unit length. As mass is given to you, length is given to you, tension is also given to you. So this is also very easy problem. And if you solve this, you will get the final answer. I think you will get option number A for this one. Okay. Now let's move forward. A particle is moving with this velocity, is influenced by this force. We have to tell the instant power. So power formula, if in terms of velocity we know it, it is the scalar product of F dot V. So if you multiply a scalar, this is 5 into 2 is 10. If you multiply J component, this is again 10. If you multiply K component, this is minus 10. So this will get cancelled out and you are getting 10 watt is the right answer for this problem. Now the next is a ball is projected vertically upward with a certain speed. Another ball of same mass is projected at an angle 60 degree with the vertical with same initial speed. We have to tell the ratio of potential energy at the highest point of this journey. So see, first ball is directly projected vertically upward. Let us take this is V1. And second is 60 degree with the vertical. So that means this is the vertical you are having. And ball is projected like this with initial same velocity. Okay, velocity is given to you same. So you can take it as a V or U. And this angle is given to you 60 degree. See, so for calculation of energy at the highest point, it is having potential energy basically. Alright, at the highest point. So for calculation the ratio of potential energy, this is covering the total height. We can write it in terms of U, it is under root of 2gh. And a V square is equal to U square plus 2gh. And for this, we can say this is corresponding to h1. And if we are writing as the component of velocity is divided in two parts, this is U sine 60. And here it is U cos of 60. And U cos 60 is 1 by 2. That means U by 2 you are getting. So this is under root of 2gh2. is equal to u cos of 60. Alright, so you are getting 2g in both sides. If you take the this is if you write is equation number 1 is corresponding to u is equal to under root of 2g h1, and here u cos 60 is, we can write it u by 2 is correspondingly root of 2g h2. But there is a point also. When particle is projected with at some velocity, at highest point, this is the value of height we have, and at the same time it is having this component also. But we have to tell only potential energy. This is the important point. So the potential energy formula, if you are going to write, we can write it, it is P is equal to mgh. So let me write it, it is in terms of u. So u1 upon u2, mg will get cancelled out. So it is simply the ratio of root of h1 upon root of h2. This is u square. And here you are getting it is u square by 2. So u square by u by 2 ka whole square. That means 4:1. So the final answer for this problem you are getting it is 4:1. So option D is absolutely correct. I hope this part is clear to you, because they had only asked you the value of potential energy. So by considering this initial velocity in vertical direction, we have to calculate the height and we have to just write the potential energy. Understood? Now let's move for the next one. A block of mass 8 kg is suspended with a rope having 4 kg mass and length is 10 meter. So we have to tell the tension at this point. See, so weight is acting, which is mg, matlab mg is simply this mass, and the mass of this section is also, weight of this section is also acting. So this we write it, their linear mass, which is mass per unit length, so it is given to you 4 divided by 10, and this length is given to you 4 into g. So this is the tension you are getting. Now you can easily solve this. So this is 8g plus 16. Okay, 8g plus 16. So it is 96 Newton is the right answer for this problem. And option A is absolutely correct one. So as you see, all the questions that you are having are very easy. They require very less calculation. You are easily able to score in this paper. Alright, now let's move for the section B. In these sections, the first question that we have, a rod of PQ having mass M and length L, it is hinging at a point P. The rod is kept horizontal. The mass of the string is tied to the point Q as shown in the figure. So string is cut. We have to tell the angular accelerations. So if we calculate or if we apply the simple expression, whenever you are going to cut this string, this rod is start rotating. So in that case you are having some angular acceleration. So if you are going to consider the weight of the rod which is acting at the center, which is mg, so the angular acceleration we can write it, that is tau is equal to I into alpha. As this string is cut, so there is no tension. There is a only torque acting due to the weight of this rod about the point P. So the torque we can write it is mg into, and as total length is given to you L, so this is L by 2 from here to here. And moment of inertia about this point P, we know it. At one end it is ml square by 3 multiplied by alpha. So the alpha you are getting, m will get cancelled out, 1l is also get cancelled out. So you are getting alpha is 2g L, 2g divided by 3. It is 3g divided by 2. 2L. Understood? Because one L is also get cancelled out here. So what is the correct answer we have? 3G divided by 2L. Yes, option A is the absolutely right answer for this problem. Now let's move for the next one. Mass is uniformly distributed over the length. The linear density is varies like this. So we have to tell the center of mass. So this is simply problem based on continuous mass distribution. So we know it, the formula that xcm is equal to integration of dm into x divided by integration of dm. So we just have to put the values and lambda is given to you. So dm can be write in terms of this is kx into x square dx divided by integration of dm, that is lambda x dx. So you just have to solve this integration and you will get the result. So that is we have to write it in terms of L. So limit is 0 to L. Here we have. Here you are getting x cube by 3 and here you are getting x square by 2. So 2 will goes up and if we putting limit we are getting 2L by 3. So option A is the, option not A, it is option number D is the right answer for this problem, because in this question you are getting 2L by 3. Alright, now the next is a circular disc of radius this and having thickness is given to you, which is r by 6. The moment of inertia is 10 kg into meter square, is passing from the center of the perpendicular plane. It is melted and changed into solid sphere. The moment of inertia we have to tell. So this is also easy problem. First of all, we have to apply the conservation of mass, and mass is defined as directly proportional density into volume, at density is constant, so we can write it, we have to simply, volume is constant, so volume of the disc is pi r square into thickness, which is r by 6, and that is equal to 4 upon 3 pi r dash cube, because it is converted in form of solid sphere. So we need the value of r for calculation of moment of inertia. So as you see here, this pi will get cancelled out and this is 3 2 ja 6. So again r dash you are getting, it is r by 2. So the moment of inertia of the solid sphere, if we are writing it, is I is equal to 2 upon 5 m r dash ka square. So if you place the value of r dash, what you are getting, mass is same, है ना? Yes. So 2 upon 5 into m into r square by 4. So this will 2 is also get cancelled out, and mr square by 2 is the initial moment of, so we are getting I by 5. That is new I dash. I dash you are getting, it is I by 5. So there is a little bit problem with the options. Actually they are asking in this problem the value of I by k, and k is corresponding to your, you are getting 5. So yes, you can mark it. Its final answer is I dash is equal to, it is I by 5 you are getting. Understood? Now let's move for the next one. A uniform rod is hinged at one end and allowed to rotate in a vertical plane. The rod is given with some angular velocity omega. So the position shown in the figure, the value of omega for which the force exerted by the hinge on the rod is 0. So we need the value of force on this hinge is 0. If we consider the center of mass of this, we are having at the center of this rod, and at this point what we have actually, if we apply equilibrium situations, that F net is equal to 0, the mg is acting in downward direction, and that is balanced by the centrifugal force, which is your mr omega square. So if you balance these two, that is mg is equal to mr omega square. So m will get cancelled out and we have to tell the value of omega. So omega is simply, it is root of g by r. But we have to write the answer in terms of L. And here r is simply, we can write it it is L by 2. So if we place the value here, we are having under root of 2G divided by R. So yes, option B is the right answer for this problem. Okay. Now the next question is, a vessel is partitioned in two equal half, okay, by a fixed diathermic separator. The two different ideal gas first filled with R, L and R half. Okay, the RMS speed of the molecule in L part is equal to mean speed of the molecule in R part. That means in this case your RMS speed is equal to your mean speed of the molecule. So the formula of RMS speed that we have under root of 3RT divided by M, and we can take M1, and that is equal to mean speed. So it is 8RT divided by pi M2. And they had asked you the value of mass of the molecule, matlab ratio of mass of the molecule. So if you are going to take it the square of both sides, this root will be cancelled out. Alright, so if root is cancelled out, we can write it is M1 upon M2. It is 3 pi divided by 8. So yes, option D is the absolutely right answer for this problem. Understood? Now for the next question, a vessel is having volume is 4L, it is mixed with this gas, this and carbon dioxide. The pressure exerted by the mixtures we have to tell. So this problem is based on the equation of ideal gas, and we know it is simply PV is equal to, it is nRT, because we have to tell the pressure. Volume is already given to you. See, so volume is you have, which is 4 liter, that you have to convert it, and N you need to calculate. So for that N, that the number of moles, there is a masses is also given to you, 8 gram for oxygen. So for calculation of N, number of mole is mass divided by molar mass. So it is 8 divided by molar mass for oxygen, it is 32, plus 14 divided by 28, plus CO2, it is 22 divided by 44. So this is twice will cancel out, and this is 4 times will get cancelled out. Okay, so this is you are getting, it is 0.25 plus 0.5 plus 0.5. So that way you are getting the value of N is corresponding to 1.25. So now you are having the value of R also, which is 8.314, and temperature is also you have to place in Kelvin, which is 273 plus 27. So if you place all these values, you can easily get the value of pressure. And the final answer for this problem you will have, it is option number D, which is 7.79 into 10 to the power 5. Okay, if you are going to solve this results. Now the next is, we are having a coefficient of thermal conductivity for the copper is 9 times of that steel. That means if you take copper 9K, then the steel is having K. Now it is a composite of cylinder as shown in the figure. We have to tell what is the temperature of this junction. That means we have to tell the temperature of this point. So as you know, in heat current is same in both cases. That means if we take I1 is here, that is equal to I2. So we are going to just apply that concept that I1 is equal to I2. By the Fourier law we know it. It is Ka delta T by L. So K is 9K. A same hai. Delta T is 100 minus T divided by L is given to you 18. As this is a ratio we are going to calculate, so you don't have to need change in units. So I2 is Ka. This is T minus 0 divided by delta L is 6. So if you solve this, this is 3 times. This is also 3 times, and A is also get cancelled out. So what we are getting, K is also get cancelled out. So 300 minus of 3T, that is equal to T. So what we are getting 4T is equal to 300. So if you solve this, that is 300 divided by 4. 75 degrees Celsius is the right answer for this problem, and option number A is absolutely correct for this one. Understood? Now let's move for the next one. A given mass of gas is compressed isothermally until its pressure is double, and then it is allowed to expand adiabatically with its original volume stored, and is found that 0.57 for the initial pressures. So the ratio of specific heat we have to tell. So first of all, as you see, this is compressed isothermally. So in case of isothermally, we know it if we consider initial pressure as a P naught and the volume as a V naught. So it's P naught V naught, and here the pressure is double, so this is twice of P naught into V. So the value of V we are getting, it is V naught by 2. Now in next case, we have to allow expand adiabatically. So in case of adiabatic process, we know it is P into V की power gamma, that is constant. So P1 V1 की power gamma, it is equal to P2 V2 की power gamma. So if we take V1 upon V2 की power gamma is equal to P2 upon P1. And now we are going to place the value, as we have to tell the value of gamma. So the initial cases we have to, its original volume is restored. That means V2 is corresponding to the original volume, that is your V naught. And here the volume that we have, it is V naught by 2 divided by V naught की power gamma, that is equal to P2. P2 is 0.75 P naught, and here the pressure we have, it is twice of P naught. P naught will get cancelled out, V naught will get cancelled out, and you will get the value of gamma, and gamma is corresponding to 1.41 you are getting after solving this. So yes, option B is the right answer for this problem. Now the next is, let rho is the mean density of the earth, r is the radius, g is the acceleration due to gravity, g is the universal gravitational constant. We have to tell which is the dimensionally correct. So if you check this expression, we are having rho, small g, capital G. So if we see that g is equal to, it is gm upon r square, and this mass can be written in terms of volume into density. All right, volume into density. Just so if we calculate the value of rho from this expression, so this is gr square is equal to capital G into m is volume into density. All right. So rho, what we have, it is rho is equal to gr square upon capital G into volume. We can write it in terms of 4 upon 3 pi r cube. So 1 r will get also get cancel out here, and your 3 will goes up. So if you check this expression, because solving dimensional, we can easily solve this question with the help of this formula. So here this 3 will goes up, this is 3g simply. So here above we are getting 3g, and if you check the expression, you have 4 pi epsilon naught, then rg. So yes, option C is the right answer for this problem. Now the next is, a moving block is having mass m, is collide stationary, having mass 4m. The lighter block is come to rest. The initial velocity of the block is given to you v. So we have to tell the coefficient of restitutions. All right. Coefficient of restitution, first of all, we have to define as the velocity of separation, that is v2 minus v1 divided by velocity of approach, it is u1 minus u2. But to apply this, we need v1 v2 and u1 u2. Okay. So if you check that u1 is correspondingly, that is given to u, it is v, and u2 after collision it will get 0. v2 is also get the lighter block is comes to rest after the collision, and we have to the bigger block is initially at rest, so v1 is also 0. We have to calculate the value of v2 first. So in case of collision, we know it, that the momentum is conserved as there is no net force is acting on the system. So if we are going to conserve the momentum, we can write it is mv is equal to m4m into v1. So the value of v1 you are getting, it is v by 4. Sorry, value of v2, not v1, because v2 is initially at rest. This is the corresponding value of v2. So now if you place all these values in this expression, that is the coefficient of restitution, so you are having v by 4 minus 0 divided by v minus 0, so you are getting 1 by 4. This is the value of coefficient of restitution you are getting. So if you check the final answer, your option B is the absolutely right. Understood? Now let's move for the next one. We are having the identical spring which is used. We have to tell the time period. So this is also a formula based problem, because in case of spring mass system, we know the formula, it is 2 pi under root of m by k. So if we sell the value of effective k, then we can easily solve the result. So in case of series, we know it, that the k effective is equal to k1 k2 divided by k1 plus k2. So if you, as k value of k are equal, so we are getting it is k by 2. In case of parallel, this k equivalent is equal to, we are getting k plus k, which is 2k. So if you apply these results in this formula, you will get the ratio. It is first we can take it 1, then we have it is root 2, then we have it is 1 by root 2. Alright, so yes, option A is the absolutely right answer for this problem. Now the next is, in a large room, a person received a direct sound from this 120 meters away source. He has also received the wave from the same source reached him after reflection of 45 meter high ceilings. At a point halfway between them, the two waves interfere constructive. That means there is a basically constructive interference. So in that case, we have to tell the value of wavelength. So first of all, we have to understand, suppose this is your source, and here we have observer. So first wave, it is getting directly, and that is given to you 120 meters. Next, we are having ceiling of height is given to you 45 meters. So wave is going, second wave is going like this. So by these two waves, we can easily tell the value of part difference if you calculate this. This is 45. So this is 60. This is 45. That means we are getting 65 meter here. So the value of delta x, we are getting 65 plus 65, 130. Minus of 120, that is 10 meters. As there is a constructive interference. So one phase shift we are also getting when this wave is struck with hard medium. So in case of sound wave, when wave is struck with hard medium, the value for constructive interference we are getting delta x is equal to, it is 2n minus 1 into lambda by 2, and that is correspondingly 10. So if you are going to place initially the value of n is 1, so corresponding value of lambda you are getting 20. If you are placing n is equal to 2, so it is 2 to the 4 minus 1 is 3 by 2. So you are getting lambda is 20 by 3. For n is equal to 3, you are getting lambda is 20 by 5. Alright, so if you check the options, yes, option A is the absolutely correct answer for this problem. Now the next is, the graph is showing the variation of displacement executing SHM with time. We infer from the graph. Okay, the first is, the force is 0 at 3t by 4. So when the particle is executing an SHM, we know it. We have to just consider the simple situation of spring mass system. When spring is relaxed, this is called your mean position. At x, these are two called extreme positions. At extreme position, we are getting potential energy maximum, that means acceleration is maximum. Mean position, we are getting velocity is maximum. Here acceleration is maximum. here is also acceleration is maximum. This is a corresponding x is equal to plus a. This is correspondingly x is equal to minus a. Now let us check the option. The force is 0 at 3t by 4. So if you check 3t by 4, that means this position. So this is your negative extreme position. So that is incorrect. Now if you check for velocity is maximum at t by 2. So t by 2 is basically is your mean position. So yes, mean position, your velocity is maximum. So this is absolutely correct. Now let us check for the option number 3. The acceleration is maximum at t. That means at this point. This is mean position, so acceleration is 0. This is also incorrect. The potential energy is equal to total energy at the time t by 2. That is not is also incorrect. Because at t by 2, you are having maximum kinetic energy. Okay. I hope this part is clear to you. So option B is the right answer for this problem. Now check for the next one. If a ball is dropped from the rest, it is bounced from the floor repeatedly. The coefficient of restitution is 0.5. The speed of the block just before the first bounce is this one. So what we have to tell, the ratio of time taken by the ball, it is finally comes to rest. So first of all, you have to understand the situation. So we are going to drop a ball from the certain height h. So it is moving down, then rise up. So this kind of situation is going on. So its simple formula is, we know it, it is time period when it is coming to rest, it is under root of 2h by g into 1 minus e divided by 1 plus e. How we are getting this time period? That is important. So let me explain that part. So first of all, we have considered this height as a h. And this is corresponding to h1. So h1, we can easily tell this is h1 is e square h. Same as h2, we can write it in terms of h1. It is h2 is e की power 4h. Understood? So now if you are going to calculate the total time, so t is first under root of 2h by g, capital H, sorry. Plus, now we have to multiply it by 2 because this ball is going up, at the same time it is also going down. So 2 into under root of 2h1 by g and so on. This way we have to write it. So if we take under root of 2h by g here, this is twice of capital H by g, sorry. Plus of 2 into, if we are going to place the value of h1, h1 is correspondingly e square h. So e will comes out. So what we have, this is 2e under root of 2h by g plus second case e की power 4 we are getting है ना, that means 2h2, let me write next one also 2h2 upon g, and that is also multiplied by 2. So here we are getting e square 2e square under root of 2h by g and so on. So if we take the common, this is under root of 2h by g plus 2e under root of 2h by g. So it is 1 plus e is plus e square like that. So this is basically the GP we are getting. Okay, this is the formation of GP. And for GP, infinite GP, we are having the formula A upon 1 minus R. So if you solve this further, the time you will have, if you take under root of 2h by g as a common, so 1 plus 2e divided by 1 minus e. Okay, so the final value for time period you are getting, t is equal to under root of 2h by g into 1 plus e divided by 1 minus e. This is the final expression you have. So as velocity is given to you, so you can easily get the value of height also after first bounce. So after putting the value of h, e is already given to you. So if you put all these results, you will get the final answers for this. And the final answer that you are getting for this problem is it is option number A. Understood? Now the next is, what should be the period of rotation for the Earth which is making an object at equator weight half of its present value? So this problem is basically related to the acceleration due to gravity. As acceleration due to gravity is changing, our weight is also changing. And your weight is reduced to half of the present value. So if you are writing this equation, that is G dash is equal to, that is G nu is G minus R omega square. This is the problem we have. Okay, if we multiply it by M, we can get the weight. As G is reduced to G by 2, then weight is also reduced. Hai na? So if you are going to places the value of G by 2 here, G by 2 is equal to G minus of R omega square. So after solving this, what we have omega, R omega square is equal to G by 2. And this is, we can write it, omega is equal to under root of G by 2R. As we have to tell the value of time period, so if we get the omega, we can easily write that t is equal to, it is 2 pi by omega, because omega is 2 pi by t, and same as we can write t is equal to 2 pi by omega. So from this expression we will get the value of this, and after solving this we are getting the final answer for this problem, which is 2 hours in terms of hours. Okay, you have to convert this time period in terms of hours, and so there is a little bit calculations part. Okay, so that you have to do it at your home. So student, this is all from this discussions. Thank you for paying attention and have a nice day to all of you.